Okay, I should be here. Just let me know if my volume in comparison to the music is good. Unfortunately, we had the audio system we were using before kind of poop out on us. But it should be all good. Like, we should be all good. Guys, why is the tadpole pool dry? Wait, the tide pool is dry? It's not working? It should be. This is so sad. I hear no music right now. Oh no. I can turn it up a bit more. Is it too quiet? Music could be a little louder. Okay, just let me know if that's good. Unless that's too loud. The farters outside. I hear music. Okay, now I hear it. Is it too loud now? Or is it okay? New starting suit screen? Yeah. Music good now? Alright, cool. We had like a... there might be like a difference between... Let me put it in between the middle, like where it was and where people want it. Hopefully like right there. Because there might be a difference between like headphone users and watchers. This is perfect? Okay. Awesome. Anyway, hi everybody. Tonight we are doing a lot. Hold on, actually I can switch over this. I can switch over to chatting. Also, to subs, there's a surprise. There's a little treat for you. There's a little treat for you to sink your teeth into if you would like to. If you so desire to. The chewer. Oh yeah, okay, the time pool's working. Super happy right now. Oh, that's awesome, Coda. I saw you say you finished a painting that was kind of like sitting in your work in progress folders for a while. This new stream way out? Yeah, Forrest did it. I look at the little muncher on the screen. It's so cute. Muncha. Chat, I don't know if I'll stay long, but I wanted to show up. Hello, Catboy Color. Thank you for popping in. I mean, when I can't have something, I come up, I chew and walk away. I want the new chew emote so bad. I want to eat. Actually, speaking of emotes and subs and stuff, one of the things we're doing tonight is we're actually working on the 1-year sub badge, which I'm insanely surprised that it's already coming up on the fact that we need that. But we're gonna do, it was voted that we are doing a Dumbo Octopus for the 1-year sub badge, so I am going to get a little reference of that guy because I want to make sure that we have him ready. But then we can get right into it because there's like a few different things that we want to do tonight. Ooh, wait, this one's really pretty. Sorry, I'm looking for ones that have good colors because I want them to match the colors of all the other creatures that we've done so far. Oh, Exlamixia, thank you for the gifted sub. Pretend it's a horse. Also, Lexicog, I saw your Minnesota in my inbox. It was really cute. I was watching your stream VOD from yesterday in class. So many people watched that stream VOD. Also, hold on, painting now. I was surprised. I mean, I guess people really like seeing the like demo nights or like the tutorial nights. Also, I gotta remember to change my creature feature. I have a cute little chibi. I have so many cute little chibis people have made them. Like, I want to show them off. Also, yes, unfortunately no links in chat. I'm sorry. Sorries. Alright, so these are actually... Also, I really wanted to showcase the difference between the new versus the old emotes. I don't think the old emotes are bad by any means, but I do think it's wild how different my emote style has gotten in just like a few months' time of doing streaming and doing emote stuff. I really like these. I think they have like they're like a lot brighter and they have a lot more like character. For me, it was you drawing your first one. They look so cool. Thank you. But yeah, I have to redo Lil Baby too. I hate looking at Lil Baby. I think it looks scary. It looks like Blue Eyes White Baby to me. Chad still holds up. I feel like that one's like untouchable. It's so good as it is. The only thing I might do is like change the colors a little bit. And then the Shock one, I really like the one that Calypso Moss did better than the one I did. Here they are. This is what I wanted to see. Because we're gonna be doing a Dumbo Octopus. I gotta get my Dumbo Octopi. It's really more colorful, and now it's cute. Yeah! I also just feel like I got better at drawing the critter consistently. Like I knew what I wanted to do with it. So I want to do one that looks like this, but I want to use this color palette. First time here? Oh my gosh, welcome in, Mokacha. That's such a cute username. I actually really like that. That's like a nice, I don't know how to say it. It sounds like nice to say. Hamburger, couldn't catch stream yesterday. We missed you, Nessie. We were so sad. We were missing our Nessie burger. Let me see if I can grab some of these colors in here. 20. Let's do 30 because that's usually the size. Oh yeah, that's the right size. These are also fun. Thank you. You know, if you like them, it's good to point out these are gonna be stickers in the shop very shortly. They're on our way to us. You can get all of these in a minute. Oh, Void Janixia, thank you for the sub.
Open that up really quick.
This?
Yep.
Oh, is that why some things weren't working?
Yes.
Okay. Log in.
Yep.
But thank you, Void Janixia, for the sub. I forgot to run that. I'm so unused to opening stuff up.
No, it's okay. Considering Road Unify kind of shat itself, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
I'm still mad about that.
I'm sorry, honey.
No, it's okay. And then you can just, like...
minus it out?
Yeah.
It'll run on its own?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can just minimize it. It'll still run.
Now everyone's got cheerin'. I love the cheerin' icon. I think that's, like, one of my favorites. Alright, how do I make you cute? Also, I want to make sure that it's, like, the right size as all the other ones. Because they're all, like, pretty square looking. I think I just, like, made the crab. And I think if you hold shift, it actually, like... Oh, yeah, it makes it, like, a perfect square. And then... Yeah, that's perfect. So now I can just draw over top of that. As much as I love the type pool redeem, it also clogs up the chat a lot, so not having it today isn't bad. It's nice to have a slower chat. Yeah, I think it should work now because I did just open up the chat bot. I do like it though. I do agree though, it could clog up chat a bit. I wonder if there's a way to make it show up just for the person that redeemed it. Yeah, Coda, you spoke it into reality. Usually I like to have that set up so people can do it while we're doing the intro scene, like the introductory segment, but I don't mind it. I think it's funny. I like seeing what people get. It's okay. I actually, like I said, I think it's funny. Actually, I want to make the Dumbo octopus cute. I think Dumbo octopi are cute already. But I gotta make it cutes. The only thing is it's a little big. Okay, I want to get my things down too. That's okay. It's fun. It's there to have fun and play toys. They have little boba eyes, I know. When you get boba, this is who you're eating. Is it worth it? Oh, I just realized it can make the ears like flapping inwards like they do. I wonder if I make the tentacles like come down though. Oh yeah, that was a good choice because now it's like more clearly an octopus. Maybe if the message saying what you found was combined with the message saying how many things you found overall to be a little less crowded. This is true. I believe you can make it so the type pool redeems don't show up on the overlay, but I don't know about chat. Alright. Got halfway through the mouthwash VOD, dear lord. Oh, you're gonna love it. You're gonna enjoy it. I know you will. It's a phenomenal game. Great story. Alright, so they're pretty light colored. So I think I'm gonna borrow even from this guy. I really like the colors on this little beast. Just noticed, but is there a reason you changed from Willow to Critter in your bout? Just because Critter is my person that I stream as and I do most of my content as. Willow is still my name, like, in real life, but I was thinking about it, and I kind of like being known as a mascot version of myself rather than just my whole self when I'm streaming or when I'm doing stuff online. Critter is the stage name. You get it, exactly. It's like Miku. Except Miku's a performer, I guess. Little transgender octopus. What drawing program is this? Clip Studio Paint. Speaking of which, if you don't mind, I was wondering why people call you Will. Oh, because that's how I spell it. I like spelling it with a Y, rather than with an I. I like how the ears and tentacles are pink, like it's blushing. I know, it's so cute. Ew, that's not good. I don't like that one. I'm gonna make it more green. Nice. The NBY. Oh, I downloaded Twitch on my phone to not miss out on your streams, because I have no idea how to use it. But I don't mind, I want to observe. Hooray, welcome in, Fluttermellows. Twitch is fun. Honestly, I love it, and Twitch streams are really nice background noise, especially if you're someone that, like, enjoys having stuff to listen to while you work. I like to listen to Twitch streams and stuff while I do dishes and while I clean the house and work during the day, so I hope you enjoy your stay. Is that a Dumbo Octopus? Yes! It's gonna be our 1-year sub badge, because, like I said, believe it or not, we actually have people that are getting to being sub for 1 year. Actually, my 1-year anniversary of streaming is coming up, which is, like, kind of wild to think about. I love its little tentacles. The Y in Will stands for Yawesome. First time trying to have it on in the background working on an application essay. Salute. I wish you luck, Rosie Ronke. Truly wish you luck. Application essays can be rough, but I know you've got it. Well, 1 year of returning. This is true. This is true, because I did stream before, but then I went on, like, a really long hiatus. I was on hiatus for, like, 2 years. But I kind of like thinking of it as, like, this is me now. These guys are all so cute. Thank you. I think so, too. It looks like they have, like, these little speckles in their head. Oh no, wrong layer. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Oh my goodness, what a guy. Although I'm just looking at the colors over on my other computer screen, and it looks like this is almost a little too desaturated, so let's see how this looks. How do we feel about cabbage? I've actually never eaten cabbage. Okay, that looks better. It looks more saturated. To check it after stream. Either it's counting how many times the redeem has been, well, redeemed, or it's set as an item and mix it up as an inventory function. I never thought I needed a trans Dumbo octopus in my life. This is so cute. Now I am gonna tilt her just a little bit. It's still square either way. Yeah, there we go. You've had egg rolls before? Oh, I guess I have had egg rolls before. So, cabbage good. I like cabbage then. Because I liked egg rolls. Those were yummy. I'm having cabbage pancakes right now and they kind of slap. Wait, that actually sounds low-key kind of good. Because I like leek pancakes. Or like scallion pancakes. Can I ask what or if you have a main job you earn money with? Actually, this is my job. So I stream 5 nights a week. I have a print club that sends out prints once a month that I draw. Actually, one of which we're going to be working on tonight. And then I have I write a webcomic, and I do a bunch of other like little content things. Like I do commissions every so often, although I haven't really needed to do commissions that much. I just do them like when I feel like it, or like my brain is empty and I don't know what to draw. Thank you. Well, sorry to interrupt, but do you know where to download a VOD so I can post mine or upload it to YouTube? Lemmy, I'm so sorry to say, if you didn't set to record the VOD does not exist. It's a setting, it should like record it. We can check after stream, but if it's not on your channel under videos, it might not exist. Go my scallion! Coconut Mall? Yeah, it's a Nintendo. It was literally titled Nintendo Music, upbeat Nintendo music to work to in the morning. And I was like, I need that. It might not be morning right now, but I need upbeat music because we got a lot of work to do tonight. We're on the grind. We're hustling. We're hustling. First time tuning into your stream, you shouldn't have allowed me here. Now I'll learn all your artsy secrets. They're not secrets at all, though. That's why I love streaming. I want to be able to help people learn things. And it's like a really good way for me to get work done, because if people are watching me, then I can get like distracted and go on social media or like start cleaning stuff. Viewers can record streams? Is that like a Twitch thing or a general computer thing? I actually don't know. Music volume needs to increase a little bit. Thank you. Oh yeah, it is getting up there, isn't it? Let me know if I need to change it again after this song. The only problem with this playlist is that the volume seems to be bumping all over the place. But I guess it's just because like the energy of the songs are bumping around too. I'm glad there's music. The waves kind of made me feel motion sick. Really? See, I like waves because they're... You know, it's good to know that though. Do you think the same thing would happen with like rain sounds? Because I can do rain. I also have I got sea legs though. Like I have never had, which is funny because I get motion sick on like roller coasters, but I don't get motion sick in boats. And I also get motion sick in cars, of all things. So I don't know what the difference is. I was born to be on a boat. Professional rain sound enjoyer. I think I'm gonna hold myself hostage at a cafe tomorrow. Nice. Oh man, wait, that sounds so nice. I would do that. I would want to do that. I also think I might even change this color blue. I love the nature sounds. Rain would be great. Nice. I also really like kind of like I really want to find like a good long onsen sound list, because I think that like water noises are just nice. Boats are closer to God than cars. Also, thank you for the posture check. Alright, let's see. Do you have a drawing tablet recommendation that isn't too expensive and makes me completely broke? So I will say the best thing that you can do is, if you don't have a ton of money but you still want like a solid tablet, you should get a refurb tablet. I have a Wacom that's refurbed, so it was still kind of expensive, but like nowhere near as getting it new was. I was gonna say, the problem is I'm not the best person to recommend that because I've only ever used Wacom tablets. Like that's been what I've used, because I've been doing digital art since before it was like a really big thing to do. So, I mean, not like really big thing, but like, you know, like since people were like able to do digital art at school, like that was kind of unheard of when I was younger. So I don't know I don't know anything else because I've only ever used Wacom since the beginning. Went scuba diving first time recently. It was so seasick I ended up feeding the fishies. Oh no. I switched from a 10-year-old Wacom to a touchscreen computer. Do you like it? Because I feel like the touchscreen kind of bugged me a bit, but I also know that that's completely on to personal preference and stuff. Free chum though. Do they want that? Like, would that taste good to them? I use Huon Canvas Pro. Huon has always been good to me. I'm always impressed when people draw with tablets because I've been drawing with my phone for years. You draw with your phone? How do you draw on your phone? It's so tiny. That you say I'm impressive, but I'm impressed by people that can draw on something small. Depends on what you ate, I imagine. Okay, that's actually true. This is true. Truing. Are you using a hue on canvas 13? No. I'm using a Wacom Intuos Pro. I draw with a mouse. I used to be a mouse drawer, but that was so long ago now. I feel like I can't even say, like, it's not even recent enough that I can claim to have it drawn with a mouse at a time when anyone would have seen my work. Okay, I kind of like this, actually. I kind of like the gradient a little more. I'm feeling it. Although maybe well, no, I kind of liked the... Mouse drawers are insane. I know. You guys are wicked talented. Oh, and there's even, like, a little lighter patch by the ears. I feel like critters should be in Super Mario Sunshine. Like, they would live in that game. I'm gonna go watch the mouth-washing VOD. See you guys. No worries, lowercase color. Thank you for stepping in. Do I like it? Like the Intuos Pro? Yeah, it's one of my favorite tablets ever. Okay, where? There we go, line colors. Critters should be in Super Mario Sunshine. I would love to see them, like, get a 3D model. I would love to get them a 3D model that looks like it belongs in that game. I think that'd be really cute. People who draw primarily with trapezies and mice are an entirely different level. No, they literally are. Consider yourself boogied. Really liking this little guy. Stop, you're giving us ideas! Well, to be honest, I kind of want to just draw a critter in that style, even if I don't... See, I don't know if I like this... I don't know if I like the way I've done the taper. I'm like, do I do it the way that I had it in the sketch? Because that didn't look half bad. I'll do 2 versions and make up my mind then. This guy's adorable, thank you. I think the crab, I had the right idea with the crab doing like a mix of both the gradient and solid colors. Dumbo Octopus? Yeah, for our 1-year sub badge. Because, like, again, I'm so surprised, but we're already at, like, having people that have been sub for a year, so I now need it. Alright, I want to see how it looks zoomed out. Because it's pretty cute. Like, I'll give it, it's pretty cute. Because it'll be, like, that big on my screen. What does it look like with the smoother colors? It definitely looks a little more saturated with the smoother colors, but I almost feel like it's clear what it is with the gradient. Yeah, I will be small. Once you're sub for a year, you become transgender real. This is true, and this is truing. Little baby, and congrats on 1-year subs. Thank you. It's not quite yet, but we're getting there. We have people who are at 8 and 9 months, so that's where I'm like, I think it's about time. Have got to earn Dumbo Octopus. Has anyone done Discord Nitro commissions? How do you price them? What are Discord Nitro commissions? Sending Critter to Star Sign beats Galaxy from Mario's Galaxy 2. It's one of my favorite levels in the game. I honestly should play... I'm thinking I'm gonna play Mario Brotherhood for my first Mario game. I really want to do that for stream. I'll have to let you guys pick when I do that though, because there's like a few different games that I've been asked to play. But I wonder if maybe like after the spooky season's over, I could do Mario games on Friday. Would people want to see that? Oh, Where's your line art? You're naked. Discord Nitro commissions are commissions where the payment is given in Discord Nitro. Huh, I've never heard of that before. That'd be fun? Awesome. I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I like the colors. The only trouble is I really need to like this one because... Well, you know what? I can always come back to it after stream because I have the line art done. But I really have to like this one because then the next badge is 2 years, so it's going to be the badge for a while. It's common between kids who don't have PayPal. That makes sense. Reminds me of Robux on Roblox. Do 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 do. All right. Next we have a Chibi commission because I got a whole bunch of these. Actually, I don't have a whole bunch anymore. I've gotten so many of them done that I'm like getting down to the last few, which is kind of crazy to think. If you match colors to the angel one, I mean, I could do that. I can always go back and tweak with it. Sometimes I found when I tweak with stuff too much on stream, it could get boring to watch. So I just do it off stream after I have the initial drawing. Stoke BC, thank you for the sub. 2-month sub. Hey, now you could be a sea angel. Will you be opening more soon? I will. Although I don't know if I'll do chibis. I'm wondering if I should switch to another thing. Because I've been doing chibis for so long. But I don't know if I would do... The only other thing I could see myself maybe doing is like headshots. Because I haven't done headshot comms in like forever. It'd be kind of fun to do them. Love the colors of this design. The pink and yellow are so cute, right? I think this character has such a nice design. Alright. Love this person character. The colors remind me of Smarty. Oh, I like that. I didn't even think of it like that. I think Raterave is someone that's in streams a bit. Like, I feel like I've seen this username in streams before. My memory's not great, though. Unless someone's, like, regular, like, they're here, like, every night. And they said, like, a cute and energetic pose for this character. So... Okay, what if I did, like, the Animal Crossing? You know, like, Animal Crossing villagers go, like... this? What if I did that? I think that would be cute. And they do have these little dot eyebrows, so I can use that to fill in some of the space. That'd be so cute. Yes. I had a dream that I got a partial fursuit, and now I'm mad. I have had dreams like that before. I get it. I had a dream I had a VTuber model, and I was like, what the hell? I want this to be real. Also, this is one of the reasons why sometimes the chibis, like, I know people are always like, oh my god, how do you go right into drawing? And it's like, well, it's not always good. Like, sometimes I start making anatomy errors. Because, like, if you don't have an under sketch, you could start placing stuff and you then just look at it and it's like, that's not right. That's not correct. I have a commission to work on, but I haven't been having any energy to draw. There's other things I want to do. I'm not sure what I should do. Honestly, because I've had those moments before, sometimes if you can just get yourself drawing, like, not the commission, but if you can get yourself drawing something fun, it's easier to, like, slide into doing the commission. Because I think you're experiencing, like, a sort of, like, dread about getting the work side of things done, so it's making drawing feel impossible. Well, I'm sorry, your art looked too good and I eated it. It's okay, Sterling Beef. That munch emote is there so that you can eat. I'd like to plan out a reward for myself for completing my work. That's something I want to get better at doing, because unfortunately, when it comes to like rewarding myself, I'm so bad because I'm like, well, I'm the person in charge of giving myself the reward, so I could just give it to myself early. Zero reward-centric self-control. But this has been true my whole life. This has always been who I am. I know that if I can get myself working, like just drawing, then it'll come much easier to me. The muncha. Finally able to catch stream. Hi, every creature. Welcome in, Adrina. Honestly, most times my reward is now that I'm finished with the work. This is real. This is so real. I almost forgot to mention I finished my cosplay last night. Nice! Nice job, Bryce. Why is cracking Eric? My problem is I always raise the standard for how good I have to be before I get my reward. Yeah, that too. I've realized that drawing warm-ups are useful and actually I should do them. Yes, everyone, I'm not kidding. Drawing warm-ups is so good, especially you just have to like not care if they're like postable or like finished pieces, because that's the point. They're warm-ups. They're not meant to be good. They're not meant to be like my Pokemon warm-ups. Don't be fooled. The reason I started doing them was so that I had art to post when I was doing bigger pieces, but those are doodles for me. Not everyone's doodles are gonna look like this. I respect people who do commissions so hard. I could never keep up with it even as a side hobby. I just never really had the option, unfortunately, because like I was always like fending for myself and broke as hell. I was always on the grind. So now that I do art full time, it's kind of just like, yeah, I've been doing it for years, so why not? I can make a few extra bucks on the side. I just got here and I want to watch so bad, but every 10 seconds it sends me through 5 ads. What's happening? No, Prey Lamb! Why? I'm so sorry. That sounds so evil. It should only be ads, like, I think it's like once every hour? Or at least that's what Twitch tells me that they're doing. Okay, I'm gonna do the puff over here. My thing is... Sorry, I'm getting the shape of the head. I want to make sure it's right. Oh, the hopes! Thank you for the gifted sub. I'd love to do commissions as well, but I don't know how to work PayPal. That is definitely the first step that you're gonna want to do. Or at the very least, make a PayPal and then set up with Ko-Fi, because Ko-Fi will take care of like all the transaction side of things for you, and getting the money into your PayPal account. And then you can also use Stripe. So, but then that requires knowing how to use and get payouts from Stripe. So that's sort of like the catch. All right. I'm stuck in keyboard, so I'm sending this so that it leaves. Oh. Also, what do you guys want your next sub reward to be? Because we could here. I can even do this as a poll. Or wait, first of all, are you guys in ads or are non-sub people in ads? It doesn't look like you guys are, but I want to be sure that I'm not asking. Well, I guess you can see polls even if you're in ads. All right, hold on. I can do the poll. No, we're seeing. Okay. Hold on. Let me do a poll. Next sub reward. Art raffle. Art crit night. Something else. And I'm putting something else in there so that you can suggest. Whoa, wait, we already have a vote for something else? Wait, what do we want? The phrasing of in ads makes it sound like we're in pain. Well, to be fair, I would argue you are. I went to go see a movie, but little did I know it was a feature. It was a feature. The critter feature. What? Was I in the movie? Was the Kahoot a follower goal thing instead? The Kahoot, I honestly don't fucking remember, but I'm gonna do the Kahoot either way because I said I would do it. I don't remember if it was a sub or a follower goal, but we're mostly squared away for all of the things that I said I wanted to do because we're doing Minnow Night this week, which was one of the things I want to do, and then we're doing the Kahoot game next week. You gotta write this stuff down. I do. I'm actually getting better with that. It's just unfortunately, like I said, I wrote down everything that I owed, but not why it was owed. I was just like, okay, I said I would do this, so I gotta make sure I do it. I have to come up with an idea for something else before I vote. Good for many, Crit Night, and good for me specifically because I'm super duper lucky. Art Raffle. Oh man, that's like a dead tie too. Well, so what I'll say is this. Whichever one doesn't win for the sub goal, I'll just do for the follower, or one of the, whichever the second place is, I'll say. I'll do for the follower goal. So if we hit our follower goal, gotta get your friends to follow the Twitch channel. And then we'll have another fun night, another reward. Like it's like a pizza night. It's like when you guys do really well on a test and your teacher buys pizza for everyone. That's what these are. It's like we make goals, so then I give you guys a pizza night. For Monster Mayhem Challenge, is there a tag to see people's submissions? Honestly, I told people to tag them as Monster Mayhem, but I haven't seen many people put those in the tags yet. So you can check the Monster Mayhem tag, but I don't know if people are using that. Did you ever consider an IRL cooking stream? Wait, I mean, it'd be kind of fun, but our kitchen's a little... Not... Okay, well, say it's not here, not in this current apartment. Also, I've literally been drawing this the whole time, but I, like, don't like how the head looks. So I'm going to draw the body first, actually, because I feel like that's the best way to start. But maybe when we move, when we have a bare kitchen. I put my submission in the Monster Mayhem tag. Wait, I want to see. Coda, I haven't checked it today. Because you submitted that last night, right? And the last time I saw the Monster Mayhem tag was last Friday, so it's been a while. Hold on, I will check that. I'll make a note to check that after stream. Actually, not just a note. What I'll do is I'll just pull it up in another tab. Coda's Creature so good. I'm so excited. Oh my god, you submitted on Saturday? So you submitted it like literally right after I had checked it last. That's probably why then. Ooh, Art Raffle 1. Interesting. Hold on. Let me look it up in here so that I can have it pulled up. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Wait, there's more now. This is awesome. Okay, I can't get distracted. I have to work. But I'm so excited to see yours. I'm actually cooked. It's so good. No, you're not cooked. You're not cooked. Everyone has a fighting shot. Besides, the part of the fun is not just the winning, but also like challenging yourself to do something new and like something and like to design something. I'm doing this to your art. Muncha. Wait. Am I subbed? Whoa. I'm a Sea Angel. Who did that? Yeah. This is literally the hardest thing to judge. So many of the submissions are like the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I know, but I'm so excited for it still. Cause like, I don't know. And if anyone has any suggestions on how we could do this, please let me know. But I want to be able to show off all of the artwork. Like, I don't know where I would do this. Like in a tag or like if there was some way I could do it. Like, I don't know if we could do just a video or what. But I would love to have somewhere where you could just scroll through all of the submissions and see them all together. So that the people, even people that don't wind up placing can still like get their art shown off. Make a side blog or something. We could probably do that. Honestly, we could do that. We could post them and like link to the artists. It would take some time, honestly, but I think that would be fun. A zine would go crazy. That would be so much fun, but I think that would be for next year because we would need people to edit the zine and put it together. My eyes glow red with power. Wait. The hopes is, are you offering to edit a zine? Because that would be amazing. Okay. What I'll say, because Hopes has my contact. After stream, if you would like to talk about it, and you don't have to volunteer unless you have time and you really want to, but this is something I would love to do to give a chance to like show off people's work. I humbly put my blade in front of you, Critter. I will, because we have all of them in a Google Drive. I think that'd be easy. I'll have to talk with Lemia, but I'm sure that she'll like be gung-ho about that. I mean, I just want a way to show off all of the awesome designs. What's your main in Smash B? I'm Kirby main since I was 10 years old. Either Kirby or I was Pikachu for like the longest time when I was younger. Please, that'd be so sick. Okay, that's awesome. Honestly, we'll have to like we can give you like little PNGs of our Sonas too. What version of Clip Studio do you use? I think the one that's less expensive, but I need to upgrade to the bigger one so that I can do animations. Because I want to do longer animations. Let's go, scene number 2! Honestly, it'll just be a lot of fun to have, like, again, the ability to distribute all of the designs, because there's been so many entries across different platforms. Like, there's been people that don't post their art on social media or anything, so I'm like, I don't know how to, like, because they put their, like, social media handle, like, where they could be reached, but not, like, posted it online. I used to play Peach because she could float, and I didn't know how to avoid falling off the edge. I understand. That's why I like Kirby. That's literally why I play Kirby, because he could float, and it was easier to do the jump thing. I liked Yoshi for that reason, too. Pikachu was a little harder to get that jump command. In true little bro fashion, I was Pichu. That's really cute. That's honestly sweet. I was Pikachu because I think I just wanted to be a cool dude when I was a kid. And I was not a cool dude. I was very shy, and I was very, like, quiet. I have to share something self-indulgent, because I was thinking about this in the shower. One day, I would love, because you know how like some VTubers have like theme songs, or they have like songs that are written about them. I would love to have a Miku song about Critter, or like a Miku song for streams. Just because like I think it'd be really fun. It'd be fun to have it for like opening too. Just got back from a haircut. I'm happy to be able to join. Welcome in, Critterly. That was my self-indulgent shower thought. That I'm like, someday I want a Miku song. I want a Critter Miku song. I think that would be awesome. I was really, like, honestly just considering picking up learning Vocaloid software so that we could make a Critter Miku song, but I'm like, I have so many other things going on, I probably shouldn't try to pick up another thing. I often got jump scared by my first Sona Woke. I knew I've seen you in streams before, Raterave. Okay, I was thinking, but yeah, this is your Chibi. Critter Miku song. Yes, I just think it would be cute. But yeah, I'm doing your Chibi tonight. I really like your design. I think that it's so cute. I think there are definitely music makers in the 4-Leaf Island community. I know that someone made a Leica's Lullaby, and I still have it saved. I wish I could find the original post or the person that sent it so that I could like save it with their username. But like every time someone makes a song for me or for like Leica's, I save it, and like I love it. It's so treasured to me. Okay, so I'm gonna even tip this forward a little bit more. OG Raterave, we all love your design. It's true! Everyone was complimenting how cute she is. I love the song that Puppy Cat sings. I think that would also kind of fit. Truing. If I learned music software, I'd love to make an unofficial Like As Comet soundtrack. Okay, wait. I can be a little bad because this is not like a crit or like a stream that I think is gonna get edited into a video or anything. I can be a little bad. Do you guys know the song? Your voice glitched for a bit and I thought my computer blue screen is scary. Welcome in, Trebun. Hold on. So I'm only pausing for a second. This song, I would want there to be a Like As Comet like anime opening to this song. Like I kind of want to animate one myself. Also, just let me know if it's too loud or if you can hear it. I just think this is really fitting. Your voice. Oh, I already read up. Looks like she would be a beautiful fursuit. Yeah. It's this song. Well, and the lyrics work really well for it too. I just think it's so cute. Can you link the song? Of course. It's called Where's the Smiley? Or Smiley o Sagashite, by Serenji Poji. I love this group. It fits Like Us so much. I know. Well, and also like, because the song's all about looking for happiness that you've lost, but it's like addressing like the happiness like it's a friend, like it's like a separate person. I don't know. It reminds me a lot of Mars and Leica. I think it's really fitting for them. Also, like, those, like, chorus parts where everybody's singing, I just think it would be really cute to have everyone. Like, this Comet would really make such a good anime. Well, it's funny you say that because I literally made it so that it's exactly 13 chapters long, so it could be a 12-episode anime. Because I am a 12-episode anime kind of person. I'm like, if you can't tell your story in 12 episodes, I don't want to watch it. I don't have the attention span for it. Yue singing, oh, I love that. Yeah, it's because, like, the chorus part, there's, like, a bunch of different people singing, so I thought it'd be cute to have, like, Yue, Algernon, Road Boy, and Leica. Love a 12-episode anime. I just think that because they can be so much more narratively tight, I do like filler episodes, let me clarify. So if you have good filler and you have like a 24-episode anime, that's fine. We love an Ouran High School Host Club. We love, like, as long as it ends good. I'm sick of the ones where they, like, just end on a cliffhanger. That's pissed me off so bad. We love Fruits Basket. That's perfect. Mwah, chef's kiss. Patiently waiting for Algernon twiddling my paw thumbs. Don't worry. Toradora, stop. Don't even mention it. I'll be mad. I'll be so mad. One Piece sounds cool and all, but my attention. I've been watching One Piece with my boyfriend. Also, don't worry, no, I'm not actually mad at you, Coda. Don't worry. I jest, but if you were here for the time I ranted about it, I got so mad at Toradora because I hate when romance anime end and they don't get together. Like, why did you make me watch all of that? Simply just read One Piece. Is it faster? Like, genuinely, is it faster? Really? Forrest reads One Piece, so maybe I should actually read it. Worst part is that Toradora, they ended up together and then they undid it and then ended on cliffhanger. It was so evil! Nothing has made me angrier, I'm not even kidding. This pacing was beautiful. No spoilers about FMA in the chat. I know it's an old as fucking anime, but guys, I haven't seen it. Please have mercy on me. And I do intend to watch it too. This is not I haven't seen it because I'm not watching it. I haven't seen it because I keep starting watching it with people who I either like move out from, because I started watching with my little sister and then I got kicked out of my house, so I couldn't keep watching it with her. And then I was watching it with like roommates, and then I left college, so I couldn't even do it there. Not gonna listen to Miku Fiesta. I'm so bad. This is gonna be like the most distracting music night because like I don't want to just listen to one playlist. Have you seen Evangelion? I like saw the first 12 episodes of it and then the last 2 because the person that was showing it to me was like, you don't need to watch any more than this. I was like, okay, and had no fucking idea what was happening, so I need to actually rewatch it with someone that's not evil. Speaking of things you haven't watched yet, have you started Uzumaki yet? No. Honestly, I think the only thing I have watched TV show-wise within the last week is we watched Markiplier's show. Like, we watched Markiplier's new show. Like, everything after the halfway point is so important to development. I think that person wanted to hurt me then. I think they were actively making my experience of Evangelion bad. But yeah, we watched Markiplier's show. The thing he was working on, Edge of Sleep. And I'm sorry, I love Markiplier. It was not very good. But he was a really good actor. Like, that was not why. I just think that I was not a fan of the writing. I think that the characters were a little stiff and they didn't really act like real people. Sometimes they did, but like their lines sometimes didn't sound like things real people would say. And when it came to the end and they ended on like a cliffhanger setup for another season, I was like, man. Again, I just don't like multiple season shows, but I know that that's what people want. It's just like, but if they don't get signed again, then you're just on a cliffhanger forever, and that kind of annoys me. The first episode of Uzumaki absorbed all of the budget. I heard that the animation does dip after the first episode, which is the other reason I've been kind of scared to watch it. I'm still going to watch it because I really want to see it because I love Uzumaki and I love Junji Ito, but I'm sad about it. It has all the problems the podcast does, which sucks, but like, whatever. Wait, what podcast? What podcast? What types of animes have you seen recently? I've been watching Dandadan, and I fucking love it. Guys, I like Dandadan so much after the first episode that I literally went and read 120 chapters of the manga in one sitting. Just straight. And it's good, it's Peem. But like, I also, that's how I consume media. It's either I don't see anything new for months, or I sit and I consume all of something in like a day. Is it healthy? I don't know. I haven't questioned it. Dandadan's good as hell. They're my little heteros. It's okay. Welcome in, Ramen Meow. That was me with Chainsaw Man. Oh, I did that too. I literally did that too. I did that with Chainsaw Man. I did that with Mob Psycho. Me and my boyfriend watched all of Mob Psycho in like one sitting. Miku singing in Spanish? Yes, I love this song. It's awesome. Miku Fiesta. Dimple made me tear up. Bro, I fucking love Dimple. They could never make me hate you, Dimple. So many things to watch, it's kind of fucked up. I know, which is one of the reasons why I give myself time to do it. Like, there will always be more shows. Also, it's why I let myself be picky, because if you just watch everything, you're gonna have to schlock through stuff before you get to something good, so I literally wait till I'm like, that seems like it will interest me, and then I'll watch it. Like, I still have to read Witch Hat, and I want to read Witch Hat. I know Witch Hat's gonna be good. I haven't heard a single bad thing about Witch Hat. The author is based as hell. And the art looks fucking gorgeous. I actually own I own this first 6 book of Witch Hat already because I like reading physical. I can't really read on a screen because I'm on screens all day, and I read to go to bed. Although Down to Dawn I read on my phone because it was just good and I wanted to read it. What is this? Oh wait, we just listened to this. What's this one? Not the best Serenjipoji song. I'm alright with it. Sorry, I keep switching. I just can't read I can't read hiragana yet. I need to work on that. Teacher Lemmy is coming to get me. I love 100%ing games. I love collecting things. Oh, me too. I love doing that with Pokemon Ranger. I'm going to fucking get you. You have to get me and Forrest now. It's not just me. Forrest also said he would learn. So now we can learn together. Do not separate them. Okay, so there's a little tag here. Last 2 episodes of Evangelion are the most important to the plot, but also historically important. They wanted to finish the series and had no budget left, so they made this very weird transcendental ending at the lowest cost they could. Here's the thing, it adds to it. The transcendental feel actually makes perfect sense for the plot and gives the narrative complete focus, and it's so good. It's kind of interesting, actually. I was late to the first stream and said to myself, I need to attend this one for LMAO. Been following you on Tumblr for a bit, your art's really nice. Thank you, Sweet Apple. That's so nice of you. You're living up to your name. Being sweet. Alright. I will make this little creature look cute. Sorry I've had to like redraw so many different things, but it's because the design is so cute that I want to make sure that I actually like capture that properly. I think End of Evangelion was pretty good though. I'm not deep in it though, sorry, I'm unleashing NGE discourse. Like I said, I don't know anything about it, so you're welcome to discourse, but I'm just gonna be sitting here blinking cutely. Can't you also make like your own character in it, or am I misunderstanding that? In what? Also, Fletcher, thank you. I like my voice too, I grew it myself. Okay, wait, what if I move the head down a little lower? Hold on. Seeing your art in Blue Sky, it's wonderful to see you stream. Oh, thank you, and welcome in. I'm kind of popping off a little bit on Blue Sky. I'm working hard. It's hard starting any new social media platform, especially because you don't know if people are going to move over. Which, on that note, guys, my Blue Sky is also 4Leaf Island if you want to follow me there. I'm going to be changing it to 4leafisland.art soon, but right now it is just 4Leaf Island Blue Sky Social. And I think if you look up 4Leaf Island, it'll come up no matter what. You need to webfish. They need Mac release. Oh, I was playing webfishing all last weekend. I was sick. I need to ask everyone on Ko-Fi if they want a webfishing. Well, actually, first I want to ask the creators of webfishing if they're okay with people making merch of their thing, because I want to be respectful to them. Anytime there's like an indie creator, I'm like, I want to make sure that they're good with this. People on there are so nice. They are. Also, there's just like good art over there. I don't know, like Twitter was good for a long while, and then it started getting so discourse heavy. And I think what happened is like Muskrat realized that by pushing discourse, you get more interaction. So now it's just rage bait, rage bait, rage bait. Do you or let me have any resources for learning Japanese? I keep thinking about it, but all the apps cost money, and I need someone real to vouch for this sort of thing. I would ask Lemmy because I took classes in school and now I'm learning with her. But I think Lemmy has a website that she was showing me to learn hiragana, so I would ask her. Twitter was genuinely unusable. It was getting so bad. It was so bad for my mental health. I love the Evangelion rebuilds, especially the last 2. And if you disagree, we gotta duke it out. Oh my god, Evangelion pit fight in my chat. Okay, wait, that actually, why did I cook there a little bit? I just think the foreshortening looks nice. Would it be okay if I shared web fishing code to chat? Go ahead. Go ahead. Hi, I have so many resources, but sharing on Twitch would be clunky if that's okay. I was going to say, you are welcome to share on Twitch. I do not mind in the slightest. But if you want to put them together on like a Google Doc or something, I would be happy to reblog a Google Doc if you post it later. Or you can send the link to the Google Doc here. That would also be perfectly acceptable. What's a web fishing code? I think it's like a room code if you guys want to play web fishing all together while we're streaming. Because that sounds fun. Oh wait, the song ended. Oops. I don't think I know this one either. There's so many Serenji Poji songs I just don't know. Yay, everyone come go play web fishing. Oh, this is good. I've never heard this one. Snile so sneetly. I'm going fishing. Don't get silly. I'll make a Google Doc. Thank you. Thank you, Lemmy. We can do some shoulder fluff. Oh, this is really nice. I like this one. Ending song core. If the other one is the opening, this would be the ending song. Like, do you see my vision? Calyptromoss, thank you for the resub. Or for the sub. Sub. Oops. I don't have that game, but could someone name a fish after me and then fry it? I don't think that you can name fish, but I do think that people could write your name, because you get chalk in the game. Actually, wait, what if I did something like this? That's actually kind of cute. I like this. Oh wait, I'm gonna do this kind of cheek though. I kind of like that one actually. 10 out of 10 game can't name 0 out of 10 game can't name the fish. I'm so sorry. My beast looking so squishable. I recommend Katamari Damacy's soundtrack for background music. It's on YouTube and Spotify. I'll have to check it out. I feel like I've heard some of it before. You can put your fish in an aquarium and remember their names. I kind of want to make you rounder though. I want to make you rounder and more compact. Because it's cute, but I want it to be more chibi-y. Okay, yeah. Having a rough week, so silly it's question time. Hello, fellow minnows. What is your favorite drink for fall weather? Mine is caramel chai. Toasty chai, I'm sorry you're having a rough week, and I hope it gets better. My favorite is, I really like pumpkin fraps, but I also like a warm pumpkin latte. And then my sleeper contender is like a apple spice latte. But that one would probably have to be hot. I don't know if I'd like that one cold. Seconding apple cider. Yeah, that's Forrest's favorite. He loves apple cider. He actually has some. Hey, Forrest, if you're listening to this, you have apple cider in the fridge right now that you keep forgetting to drink. It's in the back of the fridge on the top shelf. You bought it a week ago, but you forgot that you bought it, and you haven't drank it or opened it, and I saw it today. I love you. And if you're not listening to this, I'll just tell you after stream. I also have apple crisp. You can have apple crisp and apple cider. And I have tiramisu. I actually kind of want to eat my tiramisu, but I'm being good not eating on stream. Faris brought the tiramisu home for me today because I said I was craving it and I kept having dreams about it. He loves me so much. And it's true, I have dreams about cake a lot. That's usually when I start sleepwalking, is when I have cake dreams. Mukbang and Chibis? No! Really like Starbucks pumpkin cream chai and espresso shot. Need to find a recipe dupe for that. The apple latte for my boyfriend. Though, honestly, it may come down to just going to a local cafe, because a lot of local cafes will have stuff similar to that. Harbor. Cake dreams? Yeah, I have dreams about cake, because I just want to eat cake in my sleep. Harbor. I want to eat cake in my sleep. Harbor! Hold on. I'm going to put on another song. Harbor. Why are you being so bad? Shoot. Shoot. I love you. Goodbye. Daddy's working. Tisk tisk. Naughty. He's so naughty. And the thing is, I think he does it because it's too far away for me to reach him when I'm sitting down. So he knows that I have to get up. Okay, wait. Let's do a Nintendo playlist so I don't have to keep changing the music. Harbor meow meow. We probably do need a harbor emote at some point. For when he's being naughty. So I'm assuming I'm gonna grab kind of like this green color here. Oh, don't do that. Oh, I gotta lure. Okay, so layer merge with layer below, and then let's do that. Looks like that should be everything that will be white. Popcat, but it's harbor. Actually, that would be really cute. Faris, do you guys know the Among Us butt shake emote? Faris says if it could do that with his Tanuki, because I was like, I'm gonna do a breakdancing cat for me. It'd be kind of hard to do the butt shake emote for my character because I have two tails, so it'd be a lot to like animate moving around. That one, he asked if I could do that with his Tanuki character, and the funny thing is there's like that little dongly tail on the character design, so it would whip around. Please do the butt shake. I will. I plan to fully. If I can get... That's the plan. I want to get this commission done. I want to work a little bit on the Pokemon commission, and then I want to do some emotes. So we can have dance emotes, because that's something that people have been asking for forever. Can you do this actually? The Toothless dance would probably be perfect to do with Critter, because that's like their body type. Hold on, I will show you what I had for Critter already. If we can get to the drive. Alright, hold on, let me grab the stuff that I had sent over to this computer. There's so much stuff to do tonight. Like, this may genuinely be a long-ass stream, just because, there's so much that I want to get done. Have you seen the Discord bot that recreates whatever image you send using Among Us twerking emote? No. For a second I forgot this was a commission and I looked at the screen and thought, OMG, shiny Rattata. Tons of people have this Poplio as well. I wonder who we could do Poplio with. Okay, wait, so this is what I have for me. Let's get the timeline going. It's a little big to use it as an emote, but like, I would love to make it work as an emote. Long streams are always fun. I will sit sweetly and watch so patiently. Nice. Freak it, Critter! I'm wondering if we could make it square-shaped enough to use for an emote. Because I think the longest frame is this one. Yeah, but they go... Like, the problem is, it's so You're gonna have to cut it so close. We can do it even closer, actually, though. Maybe we could make it work. It would be like, it would look so tiny, but I think that almost makes it funnier. Does it fit? Oh, the tails grace it just a little bit on that frame. That should be compact enough, though. Yeah, I think it could actually work. If I had the money, I would commission you for Critter Not Safe for Work, Critter falling off a swivel chair? I mean, I could probably do that. I could probably do it falling off a swivel chair. Anyway, get that saved, get this, get rid of the timeline, yeah. They taught this white boy to dance. Why not make it taller to accommodate? Just because I don't know what I could do to make it taller is all. I mean, it could literally... Hold on. Gotta make sure that none of these come down super low. I think it's like this frame goes the lowest. So like... Oh, but now he's touching the side. Don't touch. Do not touch. Yeah, the only trouble is there's like nothing up here. I mean, I could do the whiskers. Critter spinning in a swivel chair would be cute. Oh, I could totally do that. I do that. Autism be damned, my critter can dance. Critter shows up to the tide pool like, Minnows, check this out. I was literally thinking of having this come up on screen for raids in the meantime until I get the wave thing done. Which I thought would be funny. I'm a funny jokester. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So these are not, none of these would be pink. Staring at the squares in the background like an iPad kid watching Cocomelon. Right based at the top. Actually, real talk is we should see, hold on. We have to see how small this is going to be in Twitch's resolution. Okay, hold on. No, I should make this one. And then I think it's hard to just near his neighbor. Actually, I mean, it's like still pretty clear what it is. It's so small, but it's like still decently clear what's going on. But then like what happens when you do, hold on. Because I think the emote sizes are like 112, 72, 36? 36 is the one that kind of scares me because I'm like, that doesn't seem like it's gonna be... You could barely see what's happening. It's like, it's impossible. He's so small. I mean, you can see it's still moving. We'll know in our hearts. Okay. Honestly, I think that makes it funnier. Honestly, because if I animate it big and then I just shrink it down, we can still use it. Like, it'll still work. Watching this on the phone, he went so far away. Because, like, even if I animate it, I can use it for other things. It's never bad to have a finished animation. It might be more clear color. This is true, too. This is very true. Well, so I'll finish Ratave's emote, and then I'll go do that. Because I think that was pretty much done. Like, the sketch was so clean that I really just have to line and color it. The colors scare me a little bit, because the tail stripes are moving so much. But I feel like as long as I keep it to a pretty tight model, I should be okay. They're critters for which the heart will know. Again, then I'll have it to use for myself, and I hate to say, but at the end of the day, I love having funny shit to use for myself. I think it is awesome. Have a beautiful night now, y'all. Wonderful art. Thank you for stopping in, Ramen Meow. Oh my god, did I tell you guys the tutorial, like, or not the tutorial, the announcement, the stream announcement for last night on Twitter. I need to see what it is right now. But it was the Let's Learn to Draw Clothing Folds scary post that I made. And you know, you guys know I post stream announcements like that all the time. For whatever reason, it got like 12,000 likes, and I still to this day don't understand why. Like, I'm like, what is it about this? I think people maybe thought it was a tutorial, but I was like, at most, that'll only confuse like 1 or 2 people, right? Like, everyone else will realize, but like, it's 14K? No! Why? This isn't even my art, it's just photos! Please! This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Why is this at so many notes? That was random. And like, people are like, I thought it was a tutorial. And I'm like, but if you scroll into the comments, you can tell it's not a tutorial. Algorithm's trick. It's always the strangest things that pop off. People will just like anything. I don't know why. I do art and I work so hard on it, and then it gets like nothing. And then I literally put a fucking sticker of critters shaking over top Pinterest photos of clothing, and it gets 14K likes on Twitter? I don't know. I was like, hello? I actually came from that to watch it, but I saw this live. Of course, Soda, welcome in. Honestly, that is the silver lining, is people that realized it wasn't a tutorial and then came in and stayed. Like, I can't complain. I'm always happy to have more people here, but like, I was just sitting there with my head in my hands like, what did I do? Why did this one blow up? My friends and I joked that I just need to start putting stickers of Critter on everything. So like, even finished art, I'll just put a picture of Critter like sneezing on it or something, and then it'll just go crazy. I bet people bookmarked it thinking there would be a tutorial in the replies, and then it made it pop off in the algorithm. I know, and I feel so bad. I feel like I bait and switched them, but it wasn't even my intent. I was just posting it to announce stream. I'm always bookmarking shit when I think it might be useful to my process. Fair. I just feel like you would check in the replies, right? Like, I thought, like, some people were like, oh, I checked and there was no tutorial. I was like, I know, because it's not a tutorial. I'm so sorry. Oh, wait, I forgot it's eyebrows. Hold on, I gotta do eyebrows. Welcome in, Queen of Wolftria. Every time I hear Critter, my ears prick up, like, my name's just been called. We're cousins. We're the Critter cousins. Like, Chimeral's first one is also named Critter, so then we're all just Critter cousins. It's like the Care Bear cousins. More of a reason for Critter Emote sticker pack. I don't get bookmarking when you haven't seen the tutorial. How would you know if it's not a dog shit ass tutorial? I guess like the plan is to go back and check it later when you have more time, if you're like speed scrolling through your feed. I don't feel like I ever do that with long posts, honestly. If my mentality is like, if I don't have the patience to read this now, or like I don't have the time to read this now, I'm certainly not going to later. But if I have like art that I want to reblog, but I know it's going to be like a lot of tags, especially for like my Pokemon blog where I tag every Pokemon that's in a post, then I'll like it for later. Just got back from speech practice. Ooh, I have a speaking competition in a couple weeks. Oh my gosh, congratulations. I mean, good luck is what I should say. I remember you mentioned a while ago that you made a base for Minnosonas. Is that somewhere on your Twitter, or is it on Tumblr? Oh yeah, here, let me grab it. It was on my Tumblr, and if you look up Minnow in the search bar, it should come up, but I can literally grab the link for you. Banishing posts to my likes. I will never look at it again. I clear out my likes like once a month or so, and I only keep like art in my likes. Art or thing, because I don't really like retweet art very much. Let me grab the Minnow. There it is. Minnow base. I can always reblog it again too. Here you go. Minnow base. Just use Tumblr private posting for posts I want to look at later. That's fair. I keep forgetting to make a command for that. Oh, the Minnow base. Honestly, it'll be kind of fun to see, like, in a little while if we have a whole bunch of minnows. The Minnow Night? Oh, don't worry about it, honey. Minnow Night is on Thursday, so it's coming up pretty soon. At that point, we won't really need it again for a while. And also, no worries, Interstellar. Minnow Night. Can we use a Discord link for Minnow Night? If you... the only problem with Discord links is they expire. And so I'd worry that I wouldn't have them and then you wouldn't be able to get included. Because I wouldn't have the time, because I'm going to just pull up the links live on stream. If you want to leave it, you could probably submit it like the day of, which will be on Thursday. So then it shouldn't expire within that short period of time. But I would say if you cannot use a Discord link, it'd probably be ideal because then it will have the risk of expiring. Discord links only live for 24 hours, yeah. Also, hi Marimos, welcome in. My day is going well. Guys, I was actually so productive today. I think it was probably because I was in bed, like, recovering all weekend, but I woke up so early today with Forrest and just got out of bed and started working. I was on the treadmill for almost 2 hours today, watching Let Me Stream. I got the Pokemon daily done. I finished the drawing my first Sona and the clothes, and then I worked on Lycus pages, and I almost have a Lycus page done. Finally! This one page has been taking me so fucking long. You're not- no, Lemmy, you're not dumb. Yo, what's this song from? It is from... It's Super Monkey Ball Step, Roll World 1, Monkey Island. It's a baller song. That's all I know. Every time it comes on, I'm like, banging my head to it. Oh wait, its mouth is blue. Monkey. I've never played Monkey Ball. I feel like I would pull my hair out. It's like, it genuinely seems kind of fun, but I also think I go crazy. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. God, I do need to drink. Did I tell you guys why? Oh my god, my water bottle. Guys, I don't have my water. Okay, if I do a BRB scream, will you be all so nicey so I can go get my water? My doctor will literally kill me, and my friends will kill me. Everyone's gonna beat me up if I don't. No, and the ads just ended. I'm so sorry. Okay. Do you guys care if I go get water really quick? I promise I'll be right back. I promise I'll be right back. I'll be so good. Sorry. I love you. I'm sorry. Okay, I got water. I'm back. Sorry about that. I was about to say, I would be in so much trouble if I wasn't drinking water. That's literally why I had to go to the urgent care. I was being really bad. I wouldn't have bad on purpose, like I wasn't avoiding, because I like drinking water, but recently I was started on 2 different medications. I was starting on medication for OCD, and I was started on medication for blood sugar management because my dad is diabetic, and this is around the age he got it. And they were looking at my blood sugar, and they're like, okay, so you're not pre-diabetic, but you do have blood sugar, like, drops and spikes. I think the word is, like, hypoglycemic. So I was put on a blood sugar medication, but the problem is the blood sugar medication also makes me not thirsty. Or really, it just doesn't make me anything. It makes me not hungry, it makes me not thirsty, so I have to, like, remember to eat and drink. And so, like, I was doing really well making sure to eat, but the problem is I was forgetting to drink water, and the only thing I was craving was coffee. So I was basically replacing my water intake with coffee. And if anyone knows how your body gets really pissed off at you for doing stuff like that, I ended up in urgent care with kidney problems. So now I have to drink water. Being switched into manual mode, no, exactly. Because usually before I was really good because I would get thirsty and want to drink water, but it literally got rid of all of my needs and wants other than my caffeine reliance. It's normal and good to take a water break midstream. You don't have to apologize and stuff. Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's why Lemmy's giving me shoutouts on her streams and Ra's giving me shoutouts on their streams to drink water, because I do need it. Everyone, all my friends beating my ass, they're like, you cannot die. You cannot die of organ failure at 26 because you don't drink water. Yeah, no, can't have caffeine is the only liquid. It's not good for you. It's really bad. Your organs start shutting down. I'm going to start antidepressants soon. I hope it doesn't mess up my thirst drive too bad. The way that I've got around it is I literally just carry the water bottle around with me like a security blanket all day. Like, I literally don't leave and enter a room without it. The only reason that I did today is because we were having audio issues before stream started, so I was like running around like a chicken with my head cut off. But usually when I get to and my boyfriend, like, he kind of like gawks at me because he's like, you take an hour to get set up for stream? And I'm like, yes, because I will forget like 5,000 different things and sit down and get up over and over again. So I need to know I have everything all set up and ready. I hate putting off things to the last minute. Like, I need to be ready so much earlier than stream actually starts, just so I don't like forget anything. And as you can see, it does happen if I don't do that. Cause of death, forgot about the existence of water. That happened to my hamster Guppy once. Fucked up, Guppy. What happened to you wasn't right, but my little sister didn't mean it. If you weren't here for that story, that's for another day. I'm so thankful I don't have caffeine. Yeah, I wish I could say the same, but... 2 nearest water spots in my dorm building are broken, so it's been hard for me to remember. Oh, that sucks. Your sister did her best. Yeah, she was just a baby. I still miss Guppy. I mean, she would be dead by now anyway, because hamsters don't live this long, but like, I still get sad thinking about it. My sister's a little sweetie, though. I love her. Both of them are, because I have 2 little sisters. I have the one sister who's like a finance and like business management. Like, the way to describe her is like, if Barbie were real. She's super tall, she has long blonde hair, she's fierce, like ferocious, like she gets shit done. But she's also like done 1,000 different things. So she's basically kind of just like Barbie, but real. What species of hamster was Guppy? A winter white dwarf hamster. I am partial to dwarf hamsters. I think they're cute. And I like that they're a little less hostile than the teddy bears. Although teddy bears are very sweet too. Girls are so cool. Wait, I want context so bad now? Okay, I can't tell the story again. So, for summer while I was in college, I worked an internship in Hollywood. And I often refer to this as the literal lowest point of my entire life because I was on an internship that I thought was paid because they said they had compensation, but by compensation they meant a Photoshop license for 3 months. I already had a Photoshop license because I was paying for a Photoshop license, and I was under the assumption that I was going to have money for, like, you know, food, taking the bus to get to work. No. So I had to, and the thing is, I couldn't bring my hamster to LA because that's like super fucking far away, and I was going to be in an apartment that I was subletting from someone with like, I had 5 roommates and I slept on the top bunk, and all of my roommates would like, my roommates all had totally different like sleep schedules and stuff. It was a nightmare. So, and I had to wake up at 5 a.m. to get to my job. So like it was a pretty brutal summer. I did not enjoy it. But when I was gone, I had to leave my hamster Guppy in my little sister's care because I couldn't bring her with me to this like trip. And halfway through the summer, I'm just working my ass off. I literally had to work. I had to do commissions to feed myself. I had night classes because the internship didn't mean I wasn't still in college. And then I had to go work a job during the day that was not paying me for what is essentially a 9 to 5. but like halfway through the summer, I get a call from my little sister who she starts the call off by saying, please don't be mad. Now keep in mind, Guppy was 2 years old when I left, so I was kind of under the assumption that she might pass away while I was gone. I was like, I'm not mad, sweetie, like what's wrong? And she's like, well, so, you know how you left Guppy with me while you were gone? I was like, yes, did something happen? And she's like, yes, Guppy's dead. And I was like, that's okay. And was it just old age? And she was like, no, about that, I forgot that hamsters needed to drink water. And I was like, what? And she's like, I was feeding her, but I forgot about the water bottle. And the reason was because she was too short to see the water bottle, because she couldn't see it from where the cage was, because we had a dog that was like ferocious and would attack anything, so Guppy had to be up on a dresser. Also, I saw someone just come in for the first time or say hello, so hi, welcome in. Yeah, no, I felt so bad for her, because that was the first time that she'd ever been in charge. The other part of the story is that my parents promised that she could get her own hamster if she could take care of mine while I was gone, which I didn't agree to, because I thought that was kind of unfair, because like I said, Guppy was pretty old, but I was like not able to dissuade them. I do better than to argue with my parents, basically. But yeah, I feel bad for her. No, I feel so bad for her. She, like I think I said, she was only like 13 when this happened, so she was not very old. So here's the thing. I had my first hamster when I was 9, but I've also been really autistic about animals my whole life, and I know that that's not like everybody. But she's always been like the baby. She's always been the youngest child, so like she was just a little less responsible. So this was like her first real test of responsibility, and I felt so bad. It's so sad. She's so strong to have even made that call. My mom made her. My mom was like, well, you have to tell him what happens. It's just, her hamsters are so cute. I just feel afraid of breaking them because they're so small. I guess because I'm pretty gentle. I have like really, like, I don't know, I have like a really like gentle handling of things. Probably because I draw. I like how this is turning out. It looks so cute. Thank you. I think so too. Wait a second. 13 is pretty old for that. I forgive her because I love my little sister. We don't have to dwell on it. Your mom sounds mean. You don't know the half of it. You literally don't know the half of it. You sound very gentle too. Thank you. Okay, wait, this character has freckles. I just realized. Oh my god, I totally missed the freckles. I gotta do that. My partner and I had got 2 hamsters during COVID, and both died within a week, so we got an autopsy on the second one because we were like 95% sure we hadn't egregiously screwed up in that way, and she just had a heart defect. Oh yeah, depending on where you get hamsters, here's the thing. I'm like kind of pot calling the kettle black because I've got all my hamsters like adopted from other people like that didn't want their hamsters anymore, or like I got them from pet stores because I know people that work at pet stores, so they're always like, hey, do you want this hamster we got? She's really cute and I don't want her to go to a 10-year-old that's going to neglect it and let it die. But the problem with that is pet store hamsters very often are not well. They are kind of unhealthy. And if they aren't, like, physically unhealthy, sometimes they have, like, hamster mental illness. 13 is around when I had fish that managed to live 2 years despite being beta fish and not living that long normally. Small animals are so fragile, too, just, like, in general. They are. It also makes me really sad knowing that they get mistreated so much. Hamster mental illness? Yes, they can have something called stargazing syndrome, which is essentially where they, like, stare up at the sky and just scream and run all the time. It's not to be confused with cage rage, because cage rage is also a thing which is essentially like where hamsters realize they're encaged, and once they realize that they're imprisoned, you can never get them to calm down again because they will want to escape constantly. They'll just always know that they're caged. He is a hamster! Also, hi, Reaper is trash. Pet stores love doing just enough animal cruelty and spreading harmful misinformation to make sure your pet dies and you have to come back and buy more bad pet supplies. Yeah. Stare at the stars and scream is honestly just very relatable. I just followed you in Blue Sky. Thank you. That's so scary. Yes, that's why Forrest is scared of hamsters and says I'm not allowed to get any anymore. Because our last hamster, Peanut, or no, his name was Popcorn. He would run up to the wall when Forrest was coming in to feed him and scream at him, and then at one point he flipped on his back. Popcorn screamed at me. Yeah, he did. It was scary for you. I didn't see it. I believe you, but I cage rage, but with school, I get it. I understand. I didn't know they could do that. If you scream? You should Google what a hamster screaming sounds like. It will definitely change your perspective on them as animals. I think they're awesome animals. I still love them, but they are definitely freaks. Like, make no mistake, I like them because they're weird. What are you working on today? I am working on commissions, and I'm going to work on this breakdance emote because the people have been asking for a dance emote for long enough. It's time to satisfy the wish. He was just excited. Apparently it was because he was startled. Like, he was scared because he didn't know who, like, Forrest was there, and so then he got scared and started screaming to, like, scare off the predator. Wait, yes, breakdance emote. Yeah, let me show you how it animates. Hold on, I just need to pull up the timeline. Looky! We're gonna have a dance emote soon. The time I'm talking, he knew. Wait, so he just screamed at you when you were there? Wait, that's actually kind of scary. So he was just hostilely screaming. Alright. I mean, it did scare off a potential predator. This is true. It worked. So maybe he was in the know.
I'm sorry, I feel like I need to come in and clarify.
You want to tell the story yourself? Okay, so Forrest is coming in to tell the story. Hi, baby. I love you.
So, I had pulled his cage down.
Okay.
Put it on the floor, so that way I had room.
Okay.
He saw me. We locked eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Take the top of the bin off. Give him food. Sometimes he would run at my hands and try to bite me.
Yes.
But I managed to evade him. And then as I was about to put the thing back on, he screamed at me and then flipped on his back and then started kicking. And I thought, I don't know, I thought he was either having like a seizure. I don't know what I thought was happening. And that's when I came out to get, like, I put the thing on and put him back and I came out to get you. And then he was normal.
He just wanted to scare the shit out of you for no reason.
I don't say this very lightly, but it was one of the scariest interactions with an animal I've ever had. Because I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I didn't know what was going on. Like,
I love you, honey, but that's like the most like elephant reaction that I've ever heard. You are literally someone who's like almost 6 feet tall getting scared of a rodent that's the size of your thumb. I love you.
Okay, but it was scary.
It was scary.
It was scary, and then he never did it again. Or, no, I think he did it a second time with me, but he never screamed at you.
No, he never screamed at me.
And I was the one who fed him.
I know. He was aggressive with just you. I'm sorry. For his okay. Well, that's reasonable. Popcorn screamed loud. He did scream pretty loud from what Forrest described. Again, I never heard it. I never heard him scream. Just to freak Forrest out specifically. It's like those episodes where there's like an evil pet in like Nickelodeon shows, but like it's only evil to the boyfriend or the husband, and then the person that got the pet, it's so niceys to. So they're always like, oh no, he's just a little guy, he's just sweet, he's a sweetie. I just watched a YouTube video with the search query hamster screaming, and the first video titled Screaming Angry Hamster from 7 years ago. That's probably a good place to start. Hey, finally joining. What have we been up to? Been working on this Chibi commission. Really, really happy with it so far. I think it looks cute. Beginner hamster scream video for novices. Has anyone seen that YouTube tutorial on how to peg hamsters flat? Yes, I love that video. That's a very happy hamster. That's the thing. I like when people like show that they take care of their hamsters and they love them. because I like them. Even though they're kind of weird animals, I want them to be safe and happy. I don't want them to experience, like, harm or, like, to be scared. And again, sometimes hamsters just are that way. Like, sometimes they're born with mental illness, but, like, so are people, and they still deserve love and care. So I feel the same way about hamsters. Just because the hamster was born mentally ill, it doesn't mean it's not deserving of love and care. Animals being pet until they're flat. I do that with my cat. Cats, actually. Although Pluto doesn't get flat yet. I think he's still a little too skittish. But we'll get him there. Do hamsters' eyes boggle like rats? I don't know. It's sad to say I've never seen a hamster so happy that it's boggled before. But I haven't. How many pets do you have? Just now, right now, we just have the 2 cats. I bit my tongue. We have the 2 cats. But when Forrest and I started dating, I had 3 mice, and then we got a cat together while we were, like, living together. But now it's just 2 cats. Can Critter get flat if petted? Yes. And how long have you had Pluto? About a year now. He's warmed up to us quite a lot. But because, like, before, he would not even come up to us. Like, he would just kind of, like, slink around and be scared. And now he sleeps in bed with us, but he only sleeps at our feet. If you try to pull him up to your head, he'll just crawl back down to your feet. He doesn't run away, though. And he also doesn't run away when you pick him up, but he doesn't like being picked up very much. Basically what happened is his brother got hit with a weed whacker when they were kittens, and we adopted him when he was still pretty baby. So he's been scared of people, like, his whole life. And his brother lived, by the way. His brother lived, he just had to have his eye removed, but he's okay. He's just a disabled kitty. But yeah, so we had to get him used to people because his first interactions with people were kind of scary. I learned so much, but I don't have the heart because of their lifespan. That's part of the reason I had to stop having rodents, because I just needed an animal that wouldn't die in, like, 2 or 3 years. It was getting too sad. Is the brother homed? I believe so, yes. I hope his brother's doing okay. I'm pretty sure he got adopted, because there was someone else trying to adopt him at the same time as us, and then we got Pluto instead. Because originally we were going to adopt the brother who needed to have his eye removed, but then he had to go into surgery, and so they were like, do you want to take his brother instead? He's really sweet, but, like, he's kind of shy. And I was like, honestly, I feel like we have more of the ability to help a cat that's shy than we do a cat that's, like disabled. And that'll be something I want to do in the future when we have, like, a house so we can baby proof it, essentially. Also, hi, Choco Hearts, welcome in. But yes, I believe that his brother got adopted. In the process of setting up a shrimp tank, stop, you're gonna make Forrest jealous. Forrest has been wanting shrimps for, like, years. Ever since the mice died, he's been sending me videos of shrimp tanks. Harbor's super outgoing, so he helped Pluto trust us. Absolutely he did. Harbor's never been afraid of anything his entire goddamn life except for, like, car noises. Harbor, the night we got Harbor, he came up to me and stole a French fry from me. Like a cat I had just met, I was able to pick up and flop around, and he was stealing food from me. And the door? Is he scared of the door? I'd love to take in a disabled elder cat, but vet bills are simply something we can't do. Exactly. Like, until we get a little more financially stable, I want to be... Because I want them to have the fullest, happiest life they can. I want to make sure we can accommodate for vet bills, and I want to make sure that we can baby-proof where we're living, because right now we're in an apartment, but I want to make sure there's no, like, pointy edges or anything so they can't, like, run into it and hurt themselves. Okay, and vacuums, that's true. Harbor's scared of vacuums. He was years before you even got him. Yeah, I literally did pick him up in the cafe where we adopted him from. They were like, okay, well, you know, be careful, don't manhandle the cats too much. And I was like, no, you don't understand. I need to do this so that I know which one I can get, because I need a cat that doesn't mind being handled. And you can help by joining the print club. This is true. If you guys want... Wait, actually I can show you. The print... This month's print is going to be up in the shop for sale. I'm just putting on the finishing touches still, but it is Night in the Woods this month. Hold on, let me get the colored sketch up too. This is the print for this month. It's still a work in progress, but it is almost done. And the month after, it's going to be Mob Psycho. What size are the prints? They're 5x7. I'm excited to send these out, honestly. I think they look really nice. Hold on, now that this is on this screen and it's a little bit of a bigger screen, I just saw something. Hold on, Greg, where are you? There we go. That's so rad. Can you join just to get one print? You totally can. Although I will tell you, Puppy John, this one's, the deadline has already passed, but I will say this one will be up in the shop. But if you want to join just for one print, next month is going to be Mob Psycho, and I always post the sketch on the 1st, so people have like 15 days to decide if they want to join. What is the print club? Basically, once a month, I will draw a brand new print and send it out to the members of the print club. It is like a $7 club that you join, and so you basically get a print for no shipping and for like $1 off, because in my shop prints are $8 or $8.50 depending on what print they are or like how complex. But it's basically a way to assure that I can be making more high quality art once a month, and getting it out to you. And also, it ships worldwide and there's no shipping charge. It's just flat $7 no matter where you live. And yes, you also get access to Ko-Fi stuff, so if you've been waiting for Laika's Comet to update publicly, you can read all of the Laikas that's done and as it gets worked on and uploaded, which will be happening faster shortly. Because I've been working on it, been chugging along, but I can finally now sit down and actually like draft more stuff out. There is some stuff up there already, though. I follow one of the creators of Night in the Woods on Twitter. He's a cool guy. Oh, nice. All right. And then we can expand. I think we're going to expand by 25 pixels, actually. And I think I'm going to do... Could you remind everyone when it's in the shop? I really want that Night in the Woods print, but I'm scared I'll forget to nab it. No worries. Also, there's like so many extras from the print club, because the way that the printer that I order from is the tiers of how many prints you can order are like 50, 100, and then 250. And currently there's like 150 members of the club, so I always have like 100 prints left over. I don't know how long that'll be true if we keep getting new members, but I will say for right now, you have nothing to worry about. This is a question for everyone. Does anyone have suggestions on how to store art prints? I don't have a lot of wall space to display them, and I'm not at a loss to what to do. What would be a good way to store them neatly? I used folders when I was like moving. I would put them in like a canvas folder with 2 like books around it so that it would stay flat and stay safe. And then you can slide the folder into a bookshelf. How big are the prints? The prints are 5x7. And if you guys were curious how to join it, it is in my Ko-Fi, which is linked below. Hey again, just wanted to finish Uzumaki, and I do think it's worth watching despite some quality drop. Episodes 1 and 4 make up for 2 and 3 in quality for sure. Okay, good to know, good to know. You eat them. The Dunmashi print in your shop is so gorgeous. I'm gonna be sick. I'm gonna have to buy 1,000 four-leaf island prints, I'm afraid. Well, I was gonna say, they're still up there. They're all up there for y'all. And I probably won't restock unless there's like a lot of demand to restock a print. Because like I said, you can only order the smallest amount you can order is 50. Sorry, I had to take a sip. It had been too long. Honestly, this looks pretty good. Oh my god, wait, is this Pokemon music? It is Pokemon! Yay. Love you forever, Pokemon music. Okay, got the little outline done. Pokemon Music 5 Eva. Oh, and where I do the Princess imprint. Vogue Race is where I do the charms, if that was the question. I'm actually going to try to do wooden charms eventually, because I just... Catching you shrimping, thank you. Yeah, I was shrimping. I don't know how you knew, but I was shrimping. I'm going to do wooden charms. I ordered some test charms of Critter as wooden keychains, and I'm really excited to see how they turn out. I don't think I'll do the Lycus ones as wooden charms, because those have already all been acrylic, but I think I'm going to move to wooden charms in the future because they're a little lighter and better for the environment than acrylic is. For your organs. Okay, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. This chibi is almost done. We've been so productive this stream. I'm happy, I'm proud. I'm almost wondering if I should do yellow outline. Hold on. Because the problem is, like, you can't really see it when it's done yellow. Okay, wait, that might be kind of cooking a little bit. Kind of like that better. I noticed the feet in the reference are different. Could that be? Am I blind? Like, is the rainbow on a different side? No, I think it's on the right side. Because it's on the left side of the character facing me. Okay, okay. I don't think you're blind, though. I think I get confused with rights and lefts sometimes, too. But I made sure to check it when I was doing it. Oh, the rainbow is on the wrong arm, though. Wait, no. No, the rainbow's on the right arm. No, 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 it's on the wrong arm, because it's... Wait. Guys, I'm noticing something. Guys. The rainbow and foot... The arm and foot are on different sides on the front facing, but they're on the same side on the back. I didn't notice it until just now. It's okay, it's okay. Raterave, do you want them on different sides? Because I can just keep it as it was. It's okay, Raterave. No, I've done this exact same thing before, I promise. I think the front facing is correct, I'd assume. Yeah, which is why I was doing it the way I was, but I didn't even realize that until just now. I usually use the front facing ref for the full body. Yeah, they're on different sides. Okay, perfect. Good to know. But hey, now you can fix on your ref too. It's an educational stream. Like I said, I promise I've done that exact same thing before, like with Critter's tail colors or like the sides of their head. Ethan actually corrected me one time on that, or like pointed it out when I was drawing something, and I was like, "Fuck." It's what artist friends are for. We may all be bad at lefts and rights, but we can help each other. Your Sona is so cute, it makes up for anything, don't worry. Exactly. We've all been there. I love the colors, thank you. I think that it helps them working from a very cute character already. Sorry, I'm like so locked in. Nice. Okay. That should be... I'm gonna do the eyeballs. But that should be everything. And that should be our chibi done. Yippee! Okay. Just got jump scared by Splatoon music. I don't know if it's because I'm on mobile, but I can't... But because I used the Tide Pool Redeem when it wasn't working, I can't get my things... Oh no, did try to refreshing it already, but it didn't work. I'm sorry, Coda. Alright. Let's crop this and save. And I will export this after stream. It's time to do the Breakdance emote. I'm very excited because I have wanted to animate something new. And I guess I did the munching emote, but this is like animating. Like this is like hard mode animating. Alright, I do want to... Actually, I'll just do it in black to start off with. And I think I'm going to use a 30 brush. Oh yeah, that should be good. That might even be too big. 25 seems like it'll do it. It's a bug on Twitch's end. I manually rejected all the redeems done while the bot wasn't running, but it didn't reset the timer. Oh, I'm sorry. Also, see you, Hikulas. Thank you for stopping in. Coda for you, my spider conch. Everyone sharing shells. Peace and love on planet Earth. Okay. Manching on it. I love the munch emote. I think that's probably my favorite emote that I've made other than Cheerin. Cheerin is my favorite just because it's so fun and I think it looks really good, but munching is funny because it's just... It's so cute. It's so silly. Hold on. No one can have my shells. They're mine. No worries. It's okay. Oof, I'm taking a quick like shoulder stretch break. And also just going to bump the promos once more. There's people realizing just now that Critter has a forked tongue, and I think that's really funny considering they have a forked tongue in my profile photo. They only have a forked tongue as Critter though, like my regular persona just has a normal person or cat tongue, really. I can't believe I'm almost at 10k on Blue Sky. Where'd my art go? The gluttonous consumer, the nefarious chewer. Alright, looks pretty good to me. There we go, and back to stream I come. Stretch break achieved, yeah! I absolutely adore this one emote too, though. I'm just excited for there to be a breakdance emote, because you guys have been asking for a dance emote for so long, and I was just like, I don't know what to do with the Critter dancing, because, like, the thing is, the Club Penguin dance exists, but there's actually quite a lot of frames to that. But I could honestly do it. To be fair, when you're PNG to Protox, there's no forked tongue. I mean, like... I don't think you can see the tongue, right? Yeah, it's just like anime open mouth. It's meant to not show it, because I thought it would be kind of busy in the mouth if you could see the forked tongue. Emote that's Critter licking the screen like that one cat base. I should do that! I love that little icon. I had that as my icon on DeviantArt when I was younger. the fuck-ass DeviantArt lick emote. How could I get my roots? Oh, wait. Wait, can we pin Lemmy's post? I want that pinned for people. Hold on, let me pin. There are a lot of frames, but not a lot of actual animating, and a lot of repeat flip poses. This is true. This is true. Maybe I'll give it a shot. After I finish this one, I'll give it a shot, because this one's actually pretty hard. I animated this all from scratch. Like, it's not like I traced over the breakdancing kitten, because the proportions are so different. I had to just kind of like, I had to raw dog it. I didn't do the beginning part where it's like doing the little Russian dance because I did not have enough frames, frankly, but I think breakdancing is still pretty good. Love these lines, so nice and squishy in my mouth. Thank you. I gotta do them thick because it's an emote. And if you know anything about emote making, it's that thick on the outside, thin on the inside is the way to go. Should get Clip Studio X, really. I should. It's just that now I'm supporting Forrest and so I have to be a little more frugal about my spending. Because Forrest had to quit his cafe job for safety reasons. So I am like trying not to spend a bunch of money. That and trying to save up for a computer. I'm stretching it out as long as I can, basically. Most breakdancing emotes don't include the Russian dance at the beginning, probably for similar reasons, yeah. Well, you know, when I have the tide pool stickers up on the shop, if everyone is super niceys and buys them, then maybe we can get the new Clip Studio. Best of luck for y'all. Thank you. I think we'll be okay. He said it best earlier today. We're okay. It's not comfortable yet, but it's like doable. But I think it'll only get better as I keep working harder. And I will. I'll work hard. I'll do my best. What program are you animating in right now? Clip Studio. Clip Studio Paint. It's only a second long, so that's why I'm able to do it. Say break, thank you. Clip Studio X's animation timeline looks a lot like this. It was worth it for me, but if this is good enough, it looks fine. It's not the timeline, it's how long you can make your animations, because the problem is in this one in Pro, you can only do second long animations. But I do love the UI. I think that the UI is really good. I think that I've seen the X UI and it looks very similar. It's just the amount of frames you can use. I would love to have the ability to do longer animations because at first I wasn't really doing super long animations because I just never animated before. But now that I've been doing it more and more, I'm like, actually, I kind of am getting the hang of this. I feel like I could do something a little more challenging than a 4-frame emote. Which clearly I'm doing right now. This is like, let's see. I think it's 6 frames. No, it's 5 frames. Still more than 4 frames. I think this is my favorite frame of the entire thing because it just looks so mischievous here. It's so cute. Sometimes I have to make critters simple for like little emotes or like full body chibi kind of things, but I think that it translates so well. Like I just think it looks nice. Launching kick attack to your face. Exactly, you get it. Mischievous breakdancer. They're breaking it down. I'm gonna use this emote for every study stream. Awesome. Oh my god, wait, it's literally breaking it down. Like breaking down something. Gummy, I think you might be a genius, actually. Gotta go. See you later, everyone. Thank you, Fluttermellows. And hey, happy first stream. Thank you for joining us. I hope that you join us again in the future. Your company was appreciated. Critter breakdancing to distract you from the fact that it's drawing a circle with its tail and casting mischievous magic on you. There's something up with the payment submission part on Ko-Fi, so I'm so sad. I want that Golden Country print. I'm sorry. Hopefully Ko-Fi figures it out. Everyone run, it's making a glyph. Someone suggested I have like little paint smears on the ground around it, and I actually wonder if that's how I make the gift taller, is by adding the paint smears. It'd be crazy because that would be like so much more work, but it's immersion, so like maybe it's worth it. I need help drawing. Can you break it down for me? Alright, I got this. Using this for emote for streams about decomposers. Critter dancing to distract you while they steal your wallet. Real. Actually, I would never steal money. I would only steal snacks. Alright, can we do these tails consistently is the question. Hydrate, thank you. I do need it. Hydrate or dihydrate? Steal Muskrat's wallet? Okay, yeah, actually I'll do that. Nice. Every day I think about how the PNG tuber model of Critter looks like a worm without the bell and tail brush. What, the original one or like this one now too? Let's be Robin Hood and Musk together. Oh, I would love it. Still thinking about the little tails leaving paint, but that would be really difficult for an emote. I kind of want to see if I could do it if it doesn't take up too much room. The thing is, it has to be clear from far away, which the paint might muddy, but we'll try it. What I'll do is I'll do two versions. I'll do this one, export it, let you guys use it in chat, see how we like it, and then I will try a version with the paint too. Because I think we can animate and color this tonight. Like, I know it's a lot of frames, but I just feel like I've got such a good sketch going for me, and I know what direction I'm going with the colors. I think I'll be okay. This one, tube. You probably should add the left arm to the Critter model as now. Yeah, I should probably do that. I was gonna add the other tail too, like the other tail like swaying around, since it's got two tails. It's just you can't see it. This is off screen. You can do a better TV emote. I know you can do longer emotes through there. Oh, it's not the long emote. It's not the length of the emote on Twitch. It's the length of the timeline on Clip Studio Paint. Because Clip Studio Paint only gives me a second of animation on the Pro version. But I'll update to the EX eventually. I gotta make good on my shop sales, and then I can get it. Chat, help, my drawing looks like Madness Combat. Hello, just came in. New layout, looks amazing. Thank you, Pokemon the Movie. I love your username. And yes, the layout was made by me and my boyfriend together. He set it up, but I drew it. I wonder if we'll ever get an actual drawing emote. I was gonna do like a nodding and then writing in a like a notebook. You know, like the nodding taking notes ones? I was gonna do that, but if you do you think we'd want an actual drawing one too? You can make the frames themselves shorter. It'll affect playback, but I'm pretty sure you can change the FPF of an exported GIF. Interesting. I hadn't thought about that, actually. I will have to try that. I could do... Well, the other thing is I can always stitch them together, because like I could animate them as separate seconds, and then I could just play them back to back. Left to use the bathroom and came back to breakdancing Creech? Yes, wait, let me play it. The people have asked for a dancing emote, and I sketched this a bit ago, so now I'm rendering it. Thank you. I just love Pokemon the movie. It's a good movie. It's a good ass movie. Can the nodding emote look like the Popuko nodding meme? Can you... Hold on. Let me look up the Popuko nodding meme. Poko... Wait, like Pop Team Epic? Like Popuko Team... Pop Team Epic? Okay. I know what you're talking about. I've never heard it called that before. Muncha. Appeasing the public as always. I serve my country. I serve 4-Leaf Island. Hello, Lee Valley. Welcome in. God, someday I'll have like a nice little scenic layout. I really like the backgrounds that we have right now, but I really want to have like a scenery layout so that when I play like ambient noises, it's like, oh, the foot gets bigger there. Like I want to have a beach layout and then like a cozy indoor it's raining layout, and then I want to have one that's like an onsen. Ideally, I could also have like a monster cafe, but that'd be a lot. I mean, the 4 scenes wouldn't be that crazy. I just want like animated scenes. That'll probably not happen until I have a better computer. Me if I had a salute emote. Well, so I made a salute emote. But I don't like it for like my Discord, but I don't like how it looks, so I kind of want to redraw it. But I do think salute is like my favorite emote. Pledge allegiance to the flag of 4-Leaf Island. It's raining. Ooh, baby, it's raining. Come into me. Oh, wait. I think I missed a message. The sketch legit made me so happy when I was going between classes. Thank you. Remembered I'm subbed, so now I can use my emote. Yay. My monster design has stalled for tonight, as I bought the wrong color with me to work today. No, I'm sorry. I'm so excited to see it though. Oh, and guys, if you're new and you want to play toys, my friend Lemmy Frog Croaks, who is also a streamer, you should follow her. She's in chat right now. We are hosting a monster design contest this month, and there is currently 3 more days left for you to join it. So if you want to play and you want to design a monster, let me grab the link. For the drawing emote, it could be Critter on its tummy drawing. Wait, that would actually be kind of cute. I should do that. Alright, hold on. Let me grab the monster design contest. Monster design contest. Oh, we both did it. Speaking of streaming, here's the studies I did. Oh, you did your study. No, Lemmy, you didn't snipe me. And I was gonna say, Lemmy streamed today and did amazing studies, so please go check those out. Trust though, you didn't snipe me. I totally said you could send those, and I wanted you to be able to show them off. Right? I watched her. We watched the entire stream. I basically came in when you started and then stayed until the end because I was just working on Leica pages while you were working. It was nice. It was nice for a change to be the person watching someone else's stream while co-working rather than being the person streaming while co-working. And I like streaming too. That's not even like a diss to streaming. Just like, it was a nice... I could see why people would like watching my streams because I was like, wait, this is kind of fun. Drawing and kicking its little feet. That would be fun. I have a sleeping one animated. That's just 2 frames of it like snoring under a blankie. This is like genuinely such a cute emote. Like, even if it doesn't work well for an emote, I just think it's a cute animation. Making up for what I couldn't do with the Minecraft walk animation because I did too many frames and then got overwhelmed. I think there's like 12 frames in that animation. That's quite a lot to like color and do. I wanted to stay for the whole thing, but I was in meetings dealing with the Amazon Web Services being poop. That sounds annoying. I'm so sorry, Ethan. Sorry, what does ref blocking mean in this contest? Oh, so basically, or wait, in context or contest? Oh, in context, if you're asking Lemmy, ref blocking essentially means blocking out the big shapes in something that you're drawing, if I'm getting her definition correct. But she would probably be better to explain it than me. My streams are mostly just study streams because I like studying. They're so much fun to watch, too. I have a mixed bag of like studies, commissions, and games right now, but I've been enjoying the study streams, so we may be doing... And we gotta do them together at some point. I just think that'd be so much fun. Someone actually asked me to do facial expression stream last night, and I was like, I hadn't even considered doing that one, because it's one that I think I'm already pretty good at, but like... The point of studying is not just to do things that you struggle with, but also to brush up on skills you already are pretty confident in to like make sure that you're staying sharp. So I would like to do that. I think that'd be fun. Pretty much it's when I go block out the main shapes, muscles, mark making, and I do it directly on top of the reference. Nice, nice, nice. I'm gonna head out, but I'm glad I stopped by. You're a wonderful artist and incredibly sweet. Thank you, Fletcher Fur. I hope to see you again soon. Well, hey, I stream my Nuzlocke tomorrow. I stream every weekday, but I also understand people aren't free that much. So whenever you're available next, I will probably be live. And thank you for stopping in. Making sure you're the sharpest turn in this shed. What is the pin post? Wait, is the pin post Tumblr? Is it just Tumblr? No. It's not just Tumblr. It's the monster contest. Stop. You got me so scared. I literally thought I just sent the link to homepage Tumblr. I was gonna cry. I was like, please, no. That'd be so embarrassing. But no, it is the monster contest. It's just showing up as tumblr.com. If you click the link, it should take you there. It's just that it's shortened to tumblr.com. Critter new Tumblr ambassador? God, no. You couldn't pay me enough money to do that job. There's many things I would let Critter be the mascot of. For example, Fruity Pebbles. I love Fruity Pebbles. I would love to be the Fruity Pebbles mascot. They could make me the mascot of, now I'm thinking, what else would I be the mascot of? Like, there's many things I would be the mascot of, but Tumblr is not one of them. An art program. I would love to be the mascot of an art program. Damn, this blowed out. Up, check out my SoundCloud, tumblr.com. Photomat doesn't deserve this kind of quality. No, literally. Planned Parenthood. Monster energy drink? No, I can't drink Monster anymore because I had heart palpitations and almost died because I had a caffeine overdose, so I'm not allowed to anymore. That happened right when Forrest and I started dating, so he could have been dating me and then I died. In a timeline that did happen, which is kind of fucked up to think about. Like replacing the Flintstones or being friends with the Flintstones. You know, it feels bad to replace the Flintstones, but I think we would share it in shifts. I don't know if Critter would be friends with the Flintstones. I feel like they live in such different worlds. The Flintstones are product mascots? Yeah, of Fruity Pebbles. Why do you think they're pebbles? They're rocks. Bro Insane mentioned, I just called Planned Parenthood today about HRT. Congratulations. Wait, huh, I never knew caffeine overdoses were a thing. Yeah, no, straight up, they are a thing. They can kill you, especially if you have heart conditions in your family. I told you guys, my organs don't like me. And part of it is not my fault, but part of it is that I'm just learning these things as an adult that I probably should already know. Don't fuck around with drinking too much caffeine. The little colorful ones. Yeah, Fruity Pebbles. I love Fruity Pebbles. You can overdose on anything. Pretty much anything. And especially any stimulants. The celebration clap sounds like the wonderful seal slapping its belly. I fucking love seals. I slap my belly in the pool like a seal. Have you guys ever done that? It's so fulfilling. I would highly recommend it if you've never tried. Alright, hold on. I gotta make sure that this tail... I mean, honestly... Oh, wait. Alright, does this still play good? Okay, it still plays good. I may have to try this one day. Wait, caffeine overdosing? No. No. Oh, slapping your belly in the pool. Yes, no, that is something worth trying. That is beautiful and enriching and makes your life worthwhile. Caffeine overdosing is dangerous, so don't do that. But slapping your belly like a... Everyone, stop drinking energy drinks and instead slap your belly like a seal in the pool. Or in the bathtub. That works too. It will make you realize life has so many beautiful things to offer. Now, I'm not knocking anyone that has a caffeine addiction. I'm right there with you, brothers. But you gotta get off the energy drinks. Those things are dangerous. We should all become SEALs. Full belief that someone would join the caffeine overdose fandom. God, I don't want to live in that reality. Welcome in, Cloverquill. I do agree. I think we should all become SEALs. I think we should sniffle and blink wetly. Currently trying to kick Soda, a losing battle. Soda's hard. I have found that, like, if you like juice or seltzer, it will work for that. I think I got lucky because I never was allowed to drink soda growing up, so now I don't drink it much as an adult. I was addicted to Dr. Pepper for like half my life, and now I barely drink soda. It's possible. It is. Deep lyrics, meaningful song, true poetry if I've ever heard it. Oh my god, they're playing Peak. They're playing Peak. Hate carbonation, evil sharp bubbles, get out of here. It's funny because I like the carbonation, but Forrest, it like hurts. Forrest, my boyfriend, for anyone new here, the carbonation hurts his nose. Like, he can't handle it. Literally Peak. Best song. Honestly, I should draw the national park. I should do like I know I did like the bug catching contest, but I should draw like a national park like print. Fuck, that would be such a good print for the springtime too, because that's when I always play. That's when I always replay Heart Gold Soul Silver is in the springtime, because that's when I got it. It is such a game, like an emotional game for me. I usually play Diamond Pearl Platinum in the winter, and I play Heart Gold Soul Silver in the spring into the summer. And then in the summertime, if I'm going to start a replay again, it's either going to be Black and White or it's going to be Sun and Moon. Willock print? Actually, that'd be kind of cute for like completing the Willock to do a print of it. Black, White, my beloved. I want to someday do a... God, there's so many locations I want to draw in Black and White. I want to draw the water tunnel in Black, White 2. I want to draw the Castelia City Ferris wheel. I forgot the word for it for a second. I thought most people were carbonation lovers. Where are my people now? I'm right here. I love carbonation. Oh my god, I thought that my computer died for a second. I was like, hello? Creature migration, but Pokemon games. Oh yeah, this rules. This fucking rocks. Sorry, I'm just watching it. It's beautiful. To be honest, I was so excited when I got to Undella Bay. It's so pretty. One of my favorite Blacklight locations. Oh, absolutely. I could watch it go for days, shredding. It's so pleasing to watch. The only thing I'm thinking is maybe the ear should flap backwards on this frame, because, like, it's been... Well... No, that's right, because the head would be spinning. I just picked up vanilla ice cream. Yeah, you can have your apple fritter with vanilla ice cream finally now. It does feel like it needs another frame at the very back. Yeah, I don't know what to do for that frame. That's the problem. Do you like carbonated Calpico or the flat one? Wait, there's carbonated? Wait, hold on, what? No, I've only ever had the flat Calpico. I didn't know that there was carbonated. Now I want to try the carbonated one. Hello? It's apple brown bottom. Okay, nerd. Makes out with you. Carbonated Calpico? Is it all the flavors? Like, seriously. I've never had it. Yeah, I did not know there was carbon. I've never had the carbonate, unless you mean the milky sodas, because I like those and I've had those, but those aren't Calpico. That's like their own thing. What the heck is Calpico? It is a Japanese juice drink. It's very yummy and I like it. Honestly, I think it functions without another frame. It's a little snappy, but like that movement is meant to be snappy anyway. The other thing is, because this is going to be so zoomed out, like, this is all we're going to see. And it kind of works. Like, it works pretty well. He's so little. I think the less frames is the way to go, yeah. Also, just so I don't, like, die coloring. Sorry, I want my emotes back so I can reference them. If you haven't tried Calpico, you absolutely must. It's so light and smooth, which is a nice change. It is. It's not like super duper tart or like sweet juice. It's very much like its own thing. It's like a milky juice. I don't know how else to say that. And that sounds kind of weird, but like it is good. It's like Yakult. Yes, just thinner, because I think Yakult is kind of yogurty and thick, but Calpico's pretty thin. It's like just genuinely a juice. Yakult is peak? Oh, I agree. Not sure if you take game suggestions, but you should play Slime Rancher. I kind of do. It's like I'll consider any game, but I can't promise I'll play it for sure. But I've been told by enough people to play Slime Rancher that that's probably going to be on the agenda at some point. Just, it's a long list of games we got right now. I love milk and I love juice. I must try this. Oh, Froguni, you're gonna fucking love it then. This is gonna be like... There's so many different flavors too. They have white peach, they have strawberry, they have... melon, like green melon. White peach is the best flavor in my opinion, but I'm also biased because I like peach. I love any kind of fermented yogurt drink so much. It's funny because I've started to like them more as I've been getting older. I didn't used to like them. I thought yogurt was yucky when I was growing up, but now I am kind of learning to appreciate it. I still don't like Greek yogurt. The smell is a bit much for me, but yogurt drinks are quite pleasant. Also, hello, Pawfox. Welcome in. Will you help me buy a new microphone? I'm going to help you buy a new computer somehow. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. We could just like... Honestly, I want to try to do like a... I don't know, some kind of big stream event. I don't know if I'm going to do like a subathon or donathon or what. But I want to try to fundraise it because like I'm saving money, but I only earn like a set amount each month. And I could take commissions, but I can only draw so fast. Because gotta eat groceries. Plus I want Lycus to come back this year like I planned. That's the hope. And that would be kind of hard if I have like 5 bajillion commissions. So if I do some kind of stream event, maybe we can fundraise it. Kefir is a fermented milk drink that's pretty good. It might be a bit sour though. I think I've had it. I think I've had that one specifically. Like our stores have that one. And I like it. I like the strawberry one. If I'm thinking of the right thing. You always do a subathon where donos also count. This is very true. This is very true. We need her back by Christmas. I'm gonna do my best. I'm doing my best, my friends. My only thing with Lycus is I won't bring it back until I have enough of a buffer where I won't have to put it on hiatus like this again for a while. So that's why I'm taking so long, is because I don't want it to go back onto hiatus. I'm taking my time. You said about making a subathon on Halloween. So it's not a subathon. There is a donation event that I've been asked to host on Halloween that's for a kids' hospital charity. And it's like the money raised goes to getting kids games while they're in hospitals so that they have something to play with. Critter, would you be open to a throne page or something where we could donate towards you having nice things like upgrade computer? I know that's something some streamers use, and also, like, would you ever let us do Amazon wishlist stuff for your birthday or Christmas? If you guys want. I didn't want to do it because I didn't want to... I don't know. I feel bad having that kind of stuff because you guys are already so sweet to me and supporting me. But if you wouldn't... If you want that to be included, I can try, because Faris keeps asking if I would want to make a throne page. Amazon wishlist stuff is very fun. Thank you. I'm also not very materialistic. Like, I really don't like... Not like, that's not true. I don't want for a lot. Like, I'm much more like, I want to just have fun with my friends and make sure everyone's taken care of. What's a stream extension where people can send you DoorDash? I didn't know that was a thing. What if we wanted to support you more? I literally look like the demure emote right now. Me? Well, I'll see how far we can get set up. I definitely want to focus on making sure that we can get the computer, because that's like the biggest one. Because if we could get the computer, then I can have a VTuber, and if I can have a VTuber, I can do more fun like stream events and stuff, and I really want to do that. I also want you guys to be able to see how I emote in real life, because Critter, as they are, is very cute, but I feel like they're kind of stiff, and I'm very expressive. It's called Street Stream? I've never heard of it before. Thinking about wanting to stream, but I can't screen share my iPad onto my laptop screen because the Mac model is too old. So if anyone has advice for that, please God send it my way. I don't know it's a Bats fad, but I'm hoping someone will hear me read that out loud and know. I have no experience with like Apple products anymore because I moved over to a Windows computer now. I just saw... I'm new. I love your art style. Thank you, Kitty Cozy's Paws. Welcome in. I just saw someone post a mix of Sunset Shimmer and Dragonair. Ooh, that sounds really good. Do you have stream donations on? That could be another way to support you. I don't know how to have that on because I wouldn't know what to do it for. Usually I just say people can go to my Ko-Fi because I thought it might be easier. But I don't know. Chat, eat your veggies? Real. Everyone eat your vegetables. Wait, speaking of veggies, there was another emote that I had that I thought you guys might want. Actually, I don't know if I want to do the whites of the eyes. Hold on. Let me see if it's in my... We also will need to make sure there are guardrails for Dono's throne. Guardrails? Remember to eat your teeth and brush your vegetables. Hold on, let me download this to see. Maybe there's something that would show Ko-Fi donos on screen. Oh, there is. If you look at the little button down here, when you donate to my Ko-Fi, it shows up on screen and it plays like a little doo-doo-doo. Now, if you want there to be like a cuter animation for that, I will absolutely do that because I want to do something like that. Specifically for the time being, I was gonna have the breakdancing critter come up on screen until I have something more official. All right, here, I think this is the leak spin one. Hold on, I don't think I showed this off. I kind of want to have this as like an emote, but I don't know if people would want it. I wish my tongue and brain was normal about more food. I want to eat types of food. It is difficult, Iron, but it is worth slowly introducing yourself. This made me smile so hard. Leak Critter. Do you guys want it? Do you want Leak Critter? Because I can do this one pretty easy on stream too. It's only 4 frames. It's much easier than the full-ass breakdance one. Yes, it's so cute. Okay, duly noted. Oh, ah. Scared. Leave on. Let's please demure emote forever. I want Leak Critter. It'll also feel really good if we can get like a bunch of these done on the stream tonight. Treat stream is neat. By the way, the phone is considered a gift, so you don't have to pay income tax on it. Damn, that's so nice. That's so sweeties. Plus then, although you guys are gonna be feeding me like crazy, and the other thing is I don't eat on stream, so the only thing that I like to get is like drinks. But I do love a drink. You can never read out the read donos if you want text-to-speech. I was thinking about that. We were thinking about having a text-to-speech bot. The only thing is we have to make sure that it can't just say anything. And that may also, unfortunately, have to be on the beefier computer, because this computer struggles with audio stuff. Like audio, what's the word? Audio processing? I think that's the word. Wait a minute, isn't this the Yoshi Island theme? The asshole. This one. It is. It's the asshole song. The asshole. No one knows what I'm talking about. Please, please. I have to play it. Please, please, please. This one. This song. Eat asshole. You could hear it? This is only the second stream I've tuned in, and I feel like I've learned so much today. I feel so inspired. That's amazing, Ars Gotea. I'm so glad. Help, just barely. No, not the critter leaving. Don't leave. Don't leave. Lord. What do ek? Listen. I've been on the internet for a long time. I've seen that memed 1,000 times. I mean, it's very cute sounding for a song that says eat asshole. Okay, I won't. What did I miss? I just got 4 ads. We're listening to this song, and I said this is the Yoshi song that everyone says sounds like Yoshi saying asshole. And then I played it. That's all. That's all. Don't worry. I was making my crisp what happened. You typed really loud and the critter's mouth moved. It was so funny. It looked like Undertale talking sounds. You know, I kind of want to... This is my crazy, like, if I was ever smarter, I would turn the Hyrax noise into an Undertale speech font, and I would make Critter talk like that. Oh, Bubble Lane. I love this song. They could never make me hate you, Bubble Lane. Can we get Apple Crisp pics? Baby, if you send Apple Crisp pics to me, I will show them to the stream. This is your photography. This is your chance. Show off your photography skills. Yoshi would never. Oh, woo boy, thank you for the sub. Heart, heart. Crisp, 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 crisp. You're assuming there's enough left to You decimated it. It's gone. It's already gone. Honestly, salute. Me too, brother. Me with tiramisu. Devoured. See, now I need to make a Forest chewing emote, clearly. They're little. Sorry, I'm only teasing you a little bit because it's funny. Willow right now, demure. Wait, Apple Crisp, do you have a specific recipe you use? He got these from a farmer's market, but I'm sure Faris has a recipe. He loves to bake and cook. The chewer. I think I finally landed on a species for my first Sona. Ghost Toast, that's awesome. Do you want to share, or do you want to leave it as a surprise? Also, in the past, we have allowed art to be sent to chat. And part of the reason we stopped doing it is because the art exhibits were taking up a lot of time at the end of stream, and people were getting kind of antsy to get to them. However, I do think if we did a mail stream, like a send mail to me stream, it would be pretty fun. And I, at some point, could do like a Fursona reviews stream, or just like I look at your Fursonas and I tell you what I like about them. It could be really simple, but if that's something that you guys would want to see or want me to do, it could be a follower goal, it could be like a P.O. Box stream or digital submissions, exactly like that, yeah. Because we do the art crits, but I only pick like 3 of the art crits to do because I try to pick ones that are like general and helpful to everybody. That could be a follower sub goal. I think it should be follower because that seems like something, well, maybe it'll be sub. Because we just got the art raffle for the sub, and follower we said we wanted to do the art crit, so maybe it should be a sub. It sounds like such fun. Well, I will make note of it then. Actually, I will literally make note of it. I'm going to write it down because my dumbass will forget. Clearly, I will forget. Hold on, I'm actually going to text it my boyfriend. He will remind me. That'd be so fun. But if I submitted mine, I'd die. Wait, why would you die? The forgetter. I just got a lot going on in my brain. I have to remember all 1,000 something Pokemon designs and all of my commissions and how to write multiple different comic ideas, and also when I'm supposed to call my grandmother and my mother and my sisters for birthdays and other things. And I do have a planner too. It's just I got a lot on my brain. And I'm a parent. Although I would say Forrest does more parental duties than I do because he is closer with his brother. My Sona is really simple and silly. It'd be really fun to send it. It would be fun to see them. I think it would just be, in a way, it's like putting a name to everyone's faces. Because I see people in chat, and I don't want to do like selfie submission night. I'm not fucking Onision. I'm not a dumbass. Long layer. But I think having Fursona submissions would be cool, because then it's like, I can see how you want to represent yourself. That's nice. Sorry. Onision will always catch strays. Are they really strays if I aimed? Joe Biden voice. Sona! Not Onision. If me and Onision had... That sounds super, super fun. Thank you, Hero. Somebody needs to make a real-life museum so everyone can show off their Sonas and OCs. That would be dope as hell. Honestly, I know that, like, because you could just wear a fursuit, that's technically what they are. But I feel like that should be a part of, like, of and like furry cons is there should be like a furry art museum or like a furry art hall. And I would go. I would love to see furry art that's put up there. I know that's what Artist Alley is, but I would literally just walk through an exhibit of furry art. I'm not even kidding. I wonder if I could host that. Could I host that? Could I do that? Could I apply for that? I feel like I could apply for that. I already talked to the people that run Furrydelphia. Huh. I feel like that would actually be kind of dope. Maybe I should, like, do that. Please do. Like, let me... Ethan, please... That's actually something... Hold on. I'm gonna type it down, too. Farsh, if you're listening to this, I'm so sorry I'm texting you random things. Hopefully he sees the sorry baby so I don't forget. What did you think of Furrydelphia? I enjoyed it. It was my first FurryCon and it was fucking amazing and so much fun and everyone was so sweeties. If not IRL, it could certainly be done virtually. I don't know VR chat well, but perhaps. Guys, I want a VR chat model of Critter so bad. I just don't have the money for something like that right now. But I want one because I want to be able to play as my little guy. That's literally... my dream is to have a VTuber model. I'd want a fursuit at some point, a new computer, and then a VR chat model. And those are all expensive things. That's the problem. I can't, I'm usually very frugal, so I don't make big purchases like that. It's scary. Hello, bonjour. I'm not actually French. No worries, Dungeon Bee. Texting Forest random sleeper words. The poor dude just went, wait, what? In his text, because I don't think he knows why I sent them. So sorry, but I'm like genuinely close to tears due to the cuteness and sweetness of this little guy. Thank you. I love my little guy too. I made an image comparing like my Anthrosona and Critter, and the only words that come to mind to like compare the two of them are like me before and after getting medicated for OCD. But I feel like that's mean. I feel like people are going to be like, don't say that about yourself, but it's like, it's true. Critter was literally designed when I went on Prozac, and it was like, wow, I can actually experience joy and whimsy again. Someone needs to do a Roblox game or a Minecraft server to the furry art museum. Actually, can you get original images into Minecraft? Is that a thing? I got lost. Why are we talking about personas? I said that maybe for a sub goal or follower goal, we could do a night where everyone sends in their fursona designs and I get to look over them. Not like a critique, but like basically just saying what I think is cool about them. Because I just like looking at fursonas. I like looking at people's art. And I thought it would be nice for a nice way for me to put a name to people's face, or a face to people's names in chat. I think it's a mod though. Oh, I see. Starting Lexapro changed my life genuinely. It's like, wow, I can see colors again. Wow, I don't think everyone's out to get me and I'm gonna die all the time. Amazing. There are mods to put images in Minecraft? Intriguing. Wait, I should also make a medication Sona? The thing, I'm only giggling because I literally almost anthropomorphized my Prozac and then I'm like, no, people will get me for this. But like, I wanted to. Because she care me. My Prozac takes care of me and makes me normal. But I also have self-preservation and people on the internet get mad about, like, literally everything. More of the story, do drugs. Prescribed. Prescribed. From a doctor. You need to pick up... Wait, I need to pick me up. So I'm making a treat for myself. Strawberry, raspberry, and peanut butter frozen yogurt because I deserve a little treat. You do deserve a treat, fellow Friday, and that sounds amazing. Guys... Faris fucking... I know I said earlier Faris loves me because he got me tiramisu, but do you know what else he got me? This man knows me well. He got me veggie straws. I was elated. I've been wanting a little salty nibble snack for the longest time, but I don't know what to eat, because unless I want pickles, because I do like pickles, but you can't just eat like jar after jar of pickles. I didn't know what to do. He brought home veggie straws, so I'm set. I have veggie straws, I have wasabi peas, and I have pickles. My green snacks. Veggie straws are so good. They literally are, and I spent all my childhood thinking that they were nasty, but I never tried them. I wrote them off because they were vegetables, but they're actually so good. They're so good, and they're like not bad for you. Those and cheese bunnies, like the I don't know what the brand's called, but like it's a little purple bunny. It's the cheese, and they're made like they're like real cheese instead of like fake cheese. Wasabi peas base, they're so fucking good. And I don't like peas. I hate regular peas, but the wasabi peas are different. I don't know why they're different, but they just taste so good. Annie's, yeah, the Annie's cheese bunnies. Annie's cheese bunnies, wasabi peas, veggie straws, seaweed, like nori, but like salted sunflower oil and nori, and pickles. Those are my go-to snacks if I want something salty or savory. And of course, a tasteful sour cream and onion chip if I'm feeling a little gluttonous, I'm feeling a little fancy. But you gotta be safe with that, because chips will hurt your tummy if you eat too much of them. Think Farce likes you. Do you really? Guys, do you think I have a chance? Annie's in general is my savior, I swear. She's my best friend. I just love... First of all, I love a little bunny. I think the branding's great. I wish that the box wasn't purple, because I don't like that color purple. But I think that the branding looks cute, so I don't mind. Second of all, the food's fucking delicious, and it makes me not feel like shit after I eat. I love Nori. Critter and Far is sitting in tree. K-I-S. I can't fucking spell. I give up. His little Tanuki is named Chestnut, if anyone was curious. I have to, like I said, I gotta make more Chestnut emotes and animations so we can use them on Discord. I feel so lost I don't know what these are. Oh, so a bunch of them are different snacks. The bunnies, the Annie, and... Hold on, I can even get pictures of them. If you didn't know what nori is, though, nori is literally just cooked, dried seaweed. And it's usually salted. Wasabi peas are exactly what it sounds like. They are peas, like the vegetable, covered in wasabi, and baked as well. They're not like wet. And then, what else did I say? Veggie straws. They are vegetables puffed into straw shape so that they're kind of like a crunchy snack. Pretty good. Pretty sure Critter and Chestnut are gay. Don't tell anyone. Critter X Chestnut Theory channel. I forgot the whites of its eyes in this one. Drowning yourself as Critter is so healing. It literally is. My Prozac Sona. In my own lane, moisturize, flourishing. Oh, I forgot the paw pad. Paw pad's so important. I should make myself a Critter Sona. You should. Everyone play with me. Everyone play toys. The thing with, like, okay, here's the thing. I think Anthro Fursonas are all great and fun, and I love my Anthro Fursona. But sometimes you just want to be a little guy. Like, you don't, like, sometimes it's like, I don't want the responsibilities of adult human life. I just want to be a creature. I want to play. I want to be free. I want to be free of this bastard human world. Guys, I think Will and Farce like each other, but don't tell no one. We stole their beans. I also stole their little leg spots. And those are like a really good way to show dimensionality, especially when you're zoomed out and it's like super tiny. I was just never able to make a full creature that felt like me. So Gummy, I will tell you this because I know I was in that position once. It took me until I was 22 to finally make a fursona that like actually fully resonated with me. And then even then, I still change and update his design. Like clearly you've seen, if you've followed me for any length of time, you've seen Willow's design evolve, and then eventually Critter was born out of Willow's design. It is so okay for it to take some time because you don't know yourself very well until you've had more time to live on Earth and experience things and get to know the person that you are, and importantly, the person you want to be. So it's okay. I know it's uncomfortable because you want to know yourself and you want to have things figured out, but like, you're not out of time. You have so much time, I promise you. And you can change too. You don't have to know right away. MG, one sub goal could be one of those art collabs where you draw a critter and the silhouette for the other people to draw their characters so we can play first. And wait, that would be so cute. Like a big, like we're taking a big photo together. I would like that. I would like that. Been here since dog ear cat willow fursona, so that you know that I change my shit all the time. But you weren't here, you didn't know when I was in high school and I changed my fursona like once a week. It drove my friends insane because I was friends with like other furries online. They're like, how am I supposed to keep drawing if you keep changing your fursona? And I'm like, I'm sorry, I just don't know myself. I don't know what I want to be yet. I really loved that piece of media that showed all your past sonas. It was cute to see how there was different traits from your past sonas that got put into Critter. Because it was intentional. I was trying to like honor the things that I liked when I was younger, while still like making a design that felt fresh and true to who I was. Critter is like the absence of denial. Like I am experiencing cringe no more. I'm embracing everything that I love and putting it into one creature. Learn and grow, exactly. How dare you not know who you are as a teenager? Literally, there are adults that I know that don't know who they are perfectly. But I think that part of it is leaning into that not knowing and giving yourself some room to change, which is why I like that I let myself do so many different like designs and variations of Willow, and like why I'm glad I let myself have Critter. Scottish Fold Willow. Yeah, that was my old design, was a Scottish Fold. Honestly, a big part of landing on design ideas is I'm starting to really grow as a trans MB person, and accept my true self is like a pixelated image being more in focus. That's a beautiful way of putting it. Persona doesn't live any special life. He is quite literally just my life. Goes to school and he does everything I do all day. That's how Willow is. That's the thing. So Willow is me and literally just a stand-in, like one for one how I am. Hold on. Let me get the image. But Critter is like a character, but also a mascot, but also still me. If I had to put it this way, Willow is the truth, whereas Critter is the ideal. Whoa, it's just like Pokemon. It all comes back to Pokemon. No, don't open my computer. I want you to drag in here. Stop it. Stop it, Clip Studio Paint, stop opening. Okay, there we go. Now I can open it. Father, Son, Holy Ghost. We don't have a Holy Ghost yet, but we do have a Father, Son. I would say Critter is the son. Willow's the father. We need a whole. So we need a even stranger. This music playlist is so pleasant. Oh wait, did I download the wrong thing? Oh no, I didn't. Okay. Look, wait, no, wrong. I dragged the wrong thing in there. Hold on. That was the right piece, but it was not an updated version of it. Growl. There we go. That should work. Wait, I saw a highlighted message. I kind of got around the issue of changing every few months because my Sona is a shapeshifter that prefers saving whatever they got turned into. That's actually kind of dope. That's a really good, smart idea for it. Most of my friends' mascots or Sonas are designed by my friends or artists I enjoy. It's so hard condensing yourself into one isolated design, or at least I find it difficult, so each of them represent different parts of me. Oh, I'd be doing that too. You guys know the ones that are front-facing parts of me, like of my online persona, but I have more Sonas that are just... That's the other thing, too. You don't have to, like, have all of your characters and all of your designs be public. I actually prefer keeping some of them private because there are parts of me that I don't really share with the internet, and I think that's fine. Alright, here we go. My guys, this is almost done. I mean, it's, like, basically done. I just have to, like, write the text on it. But as I said, my Willow Sona is literally just how I look and dress and act in real life. In Illustrator and shut in my Hikiki King. And then Critter is just like the ideal life of like living as a little creature, free of capitalism and of society. Yes, and also only has one tail. Don't you have a shark Sona? Oh, I do. I have a shark Sona, yeah. Like I said, a lot of my first Sonas are kind of like kept more private and just switched to using my kitty cats. I'm experimenting with new painting. I think I might be cooking. Coda, I'm excited to see it. Oh, I gotta bring the timeline back. I think this is coming out well. I can't believe I only have one more frame to color after this. I really have been like flying through this. I love how you drew the hair. Thank you. I like drawing hair. I think I really learned to draw hair when I was like in the Magnus Archives fandom. I think it's because I drew Drown with long hair. I'm back. Welcome back, JT Wesky fan. We all need to be critter. No thoughts, only whimsy. Just came back from hanging with a friend. Did you draw your sonas just now? I drew them off screen, or like off stream. And I just like downloaded them to show. But I'm working on a little breakdance emote of critter because people were asking for a dance emote for stream. So I'm like, I must provide for my people. Hold on, I gotta like do this head split better. Hello, bro. Welcome in, Bun Flag. Alright. You know the song Thriller by Michael Jackson? I am a very big Michael Jackson fan. I know the song Thriller, I promise. Damn, I haven't listened to that this season, and it's such a good Halloween song. I really wish that we could play copyrighted music on stream, but I'm afraid I'll get struck. I'll have to listen to it off stream is all. That's the solution. Alright, let's lock in. Remember what Ross sent that one time? I do! That was a good way. I like his vocals, though. I like listening to it. Although what Ross sent was really good, admittedly, and I could probably listen to that. Actually, no. Now that I think about it, when I tried to upload that VOD, that got copyrighted. You've been struck by it? Also, I've been working on my Monster Mayhem entry all day. I can't wait for you to see it. I'm so excited! Oh, I'm also so excited. I don't know if people were here earlier, but Hopes offered and we talked about the possibility of doing a zine with everyone. And not like for sale, but just like for free download. But a zine of like everyone's Monster Mayhem entries. I think it'd be really cool. Best friend torments me with Thriller? No, why? Too good, the algorithm thinks you're the real deal. I know, they think I'm stealing. Why are you stealing my nuts? You are stealing my nuts. You are a little thief. Oh no, I just realized that's... Does anyone know the squirrel video? You are stealing my nuts. Zine? What's Monster Mayhem? It is a design contest that me and my friend Lemmy are hosting together. And I will grab it for you if you'd like me to. There are only 3 days left to enter. But it is a art design contest. But we will be doing more like these in the future. What an odd time to pop in. Sorry, it's a little squirrel video. Welcome in, Gwen. It's a video of a guy in his garage yelling at a squirrel who's stealing peanuts from his garage peanut bag, which he has for some reason. Which, honestly, I think that's the odder part of the video. Is like, why are you keeping peanuts in a garage bag, bro? That, honestly, if I were a squirrel and I saw that, I would think that would be for me, too. You are a little thief. Fuck it, I'll cook something up. Yeah, it's seriously, it's for everyone to enter. There are 9 placing prizes, or like 9 placing spots, but we want to do a feature at the end with everyone's designs. And one of the mod of the fan Discord, the Hopes, offered to put that together for everyone. Which I won't promise because they might not have the time, but they said that they would be excited to do it. So I hope that works out. Wilder Lemmy, you are stealing my fish. I'm so close to being done with mine. I am beating my ad into submission. I don't know why I had such a hard time reading that. Forgive me. Yummy. Lemmy, have you considered calling your viewers tadpoles? Have you considered this? Farce and I were talking about your branding earlier. And like asking what you were considering of like doing with it, because I know you have your Froggy Sona, but I wanted to know, like, I was curious what your thoughts were. Like, are you leaning more into the Ugama side of things? Are you thinking of just being like a frog in a pond? Like, do you have ideas, or are you looking for like brainstorming sesh? Because I love stream branding. I love like character branding. It's fun for me. It's like toys. Tadpole's part is so cute. I was thinking of doing more frog pond. Good. Okay. So then that would make sense if your viewers and followers were tadpoles. But I'd love to do a brainstorm session. He had a bunch of notes on audio filtering, soundproofing where you work, that sort of stuff. I know Ra is very good with the stream interface side of things, and Ethan will be able to help you with the putting together of like just like physical asset side, or not physical asset, digital asset side of stuff. More people should join the web fishing server. Is it like a whole server of like just the web fishing crew, or is it just from tonight's game? Is the frog pond inside Four Leaf Island? It's allowed to be if Lemmy so desires. Blinking so sweetly. We don't have to be a continuous universe, but we could be. It's just the people in chat? Okay, okay. Submitting to the Monster Mayhem and having fun. I'm trying to put my art out there a little more. That's awesome, Hero. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so happy. Listen, this has been so much fun just to see everyone's art, so I really want to do more contests like this in the future. It'll probably have to wait just a bit, because we need to be sure that we can get all the rewards and everything done. But the next design contest I was thinking of doing was outfit design contest for Critter, because I really want to give them a seasonal outfit change every once in a while, like I did with the Halloween costume. Because Coda designed a gorgeous, like, Lovecore Valentine's Critter, which, Coda, if you're still okay with that, I will make that Critter's official, like, Valentine's Day outfit, but only with your permission, and of course with credit. Blink sweetly. I love that design you did so much. It's just so nice. But I really thought that was so cool. I'm like, I want to give more people a shot at, like, designing outfits for Critter. More than okay with that? Awesome. That sounds so cute. I thought it would be fun too, because then I can also like pass out. So here's the thing. I can let you guys draw the art yourself, but I can also make a base for Critter so that if people don't know how to draw Critter's body as well, because I'll admit, Critter's a little hard to draw. They're a bit strangely shaped. People can just draw over the base so that it's a little easier and everyone can play. That's kind of what I did the minnow bases, because I know that people want to have minnow designs, but they might not be as good at drawing fish. The other thing I really want to do on streams at some point is I want to make fursona bases to have as digital assets on my Ko-Fi, so that if someone wants a fursona but they have trouble drawing bodies, they can download a fursona base. And honestly, it would just be a nice thing for me to be able to like have up as like a passive income. Also, because I like making bases, admittedly, they're really fun. Random, but does anyone have advice for making a fursona for themselves? I thought of it after hearing about them on stream branding thing, and I really want to start making videos sometime. So in terms of picking an animal, first of all, you can just pick whatever animal you like. Don't let anyone tell you anything different. However, when I chose to make mine a cat, it was after years and years and years of being in denial that I act very cat-like, because my family doesn't like cats, and I didn't want to be something that they didn't like. And finally, after I got kicked out of my house for transitioning, I was like, fuck it, I'm making my fursona a cat. And it turns out I love having a cat fursona. So I was also taking into account things like what they eat and how they behave and like the way that they interact with other animals and like how they socialize. You don't have to do all that, but for me, that's fun because I love animals. Will, how do you feel about the almighty creator of this society called Four Leaf Island? I feel quite good about it. This is my humble kingdom, and I protect my minnows. It's funny because I feel like Critter is not the ruler of Four Leaf Island. They're literally just the ruler of one tide pool full of minnows. All right, let's see how it looks. Oh yeah, now this is what I'm talking about. This is fucking awesome. Hold on. A fair and just god. I protect my minnows from the incoming tide so you guys don't get... Actually, that looks so good. That literally looks so clear. I was kind of worried it would lose latency as it zoomed out, but it's kind of perfect. I'd go with cat if they weren't so common. Here's the thing, though. First of all, you don't have to be a cat, like just a base cat species. You can be like a Scottish fold cat. You can be a Maine Coon. You could be a Siamese cat. You could be a hairless cat. There are so many ways to make cat original. Like, for me, I used to be a Calico Scottish Fold, but then I changed just to being a plain Calico, and now I'm a two-tailed cat monster. You can also just make shit up. This is very true. Never let anyone tell you you have to do a real species. You can play toys forever. Now I need to change the canvas size to expand it just a bit. So I'm going to make it 1700. May actually need to be bigger. Let's go 2K by 2K. And this is just so I can give Critter some outlines to make it like nice and thick on the outside. And we're going to expand it by 2. Literally for a while I was like, oh no, what real species of cat do I want to be? And then I was like, I could just combine orcas and tuxedo cats and love my soda right now. He's so cool. That sounds fucking awesome. That's like genuinely cracked too because the color combos working so well with those. Also because orcas and cats do kind of act the same. They're both a little evil, but they're also both pretty cute. All right, hold on. I think that was too much to expand by. So let's do 20 and see how that looks. No. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. We're literally doing it. We're making Critter real. That even might be too much. I might only have to expand it by 10. This is just so that the outs... Okay, yeah, it's just by 10. This still the outside has a thicker outline so that things don't get lost. You're so right. Velociraptor fursona. Oh yeah. No, guys, I have a friend who has a Velociraptor mantis shrimp fursona. Like, you can do whatever you want forever. And she also has like 6 fursonas, admittedly. She has a cat, a Velociraptor mantis shrimp. She has another cat. She has like she has a balloon dog fursona. I was already hearing in my head thick as fuck lines. The other thing I think people need to remember, there are so many animal inanimate objects that you could be. Like, you could be a balloon dog. You could be an eye dog. I've seen eye dog fursonas. You could be a piñata. I remember piñata fursonas were so huge when I was a kid, and I even wanted to make one at one point. God, what else? There's so many, like, animal objects. I mean, I have a pool toy version of Critter because I wanted to turn them into a pool toy. You could make a plushie fursona. Computer mouse. Stop, that's so cute. I haven't seen that. Object fursona, holy crap, I've never considered that. There's a TV that I really like that I want to turn into an animal or like a robot of some kind. There's like a vintage TV that I think looks awesome. Pool Tysonas are so cool. I think they're so cute. First of all, I love the pool. I love playing the pool. It's literally like my home, my haven. And second of all, they're always so cute and cartoony looking. I love them. Also, it's just really fun to like render vinyl. Suddenly incredibly inspired to make a tea pet fursona. Like, wait, like a chia pet? Tea pets are little ceramic animals used in tea ceremonies. Oh, not a chia pet, like an actual tea pet. Wait, stop, that's adorable. Sorry, I saw tea pet and I immediately thought chia pet fursona, which honestly someone should also do, but tea pet fursona is so cute. You could also do a porcelain animal, like a glass animal. Anyone know glass animals? Sorry, they dropped off after their first 2 albums. Heatwave's hater. Alright, let's see. Let's see how this plays. I want to make an elephant teapot. That would be so cute. I'm mentally noting these as OC ideas. Yeah. Dude, this looks so fucking good. I'm so excited. Windmill Isle mentioned. I really want to add this to like my playlist of stuff for stream. Tamagotchi fursona? Stop, that's cracked. That's so brilliant. Because I made a fursona for someone that was like a Boo from Mario. Bro, this rocks. This is fucking awesome. Now I just need to make sure that it's cropped appropriately. So I think what I gotta do, and this is gonna be a little weird, so bear with me. We gotta make this so this will be a little strange, but it will work. It will work. Gotta put these into a folder, right? Duplicate the folder. then what you're going to want to do is in the duplicated folder, you're going to want to stretch, you want to select all of these. Damn, it didn't do what I wanted it to. That's alright. Really, I guess the dark layers are the most important, so it doesn't. Nothing else really matters because that's going to be the most outlined shape. And what this will do is this will make it so we can see the farthest point of all of the line arts. We can fuse them into one like thing, and then crop to that thing so that nothing. We don't spare any pixels. Alright. Sorry, I've gone so quiet. I'm like locked in. I'm focused. I'm focused. I'm thriving. Okay. Yep. And then it's still there. And then we can crop. Honestly, we can shrink by 2 pixels just to give it a little hair's breadth. Expand it a little bit so that it doesn't get too cropped. Let's see how that looks. Perfect, that's perfect. And then we're going to crop it. And we're going to get rid of it. There we go, there's the emote. It's done. It's done. It's done. I'm so excited. Time to export it. Now, I do need to export one. I'm a Heatwaves enjoyer. Sorry, every pony. It's okay, Batfad. We'll forgive you. And I actually say this fully jokingly. You can like whatever music you like. I will love you forever. I really feel like the vibe that they had going on with the first 2 albums was different with Heatwaves, and that's kind of why I say they fell off for me. But if you enjoy them, then that is by no means a problem. I'm actually glad to know that people appreciate them still, because I do still love Glass Animals. Even if their new stuff's not my favorite, I still want them to succeed. Wait, okay, if I'm allowed to just make things up for my persona, I could be one of my 3 favorite things. You know those laser engraved glass spheres, the little laser engraved 3D pictures inside them that you put in those light displays? Glass tiger that lights up with constellations. Toasty Chai, that's amazing. That sounds dope as hell. This is from the old conversation, but Animal Cracker persona. You guys are crazy. You're coming up with some amazing. I want to see these. I want you to show me these when we do our persona display night, okay? I hope to see them. I'm so excited to put this in Twitch. Will you guys be so patient and sweeties and wait? When's display night? We were talking about doing it for a sub goal. All right, now here, what I'll do here, I'll do one more poll. Because we did a poll earlier in the stream, but I want to do it again. Alright, wait, I'm going to title this actually. And then... I am going to do another poll. So whichever gets first place will be our sub goal, and whichever gets second place will be our follower goal. I want a Highland Cow persona all of a sudden. I actually had a Highland Cow persona for a little while. I didn't draw it in that timeline because it was only for like 5 months. But I did have it for some time. I have some art of it. Alright, adding to my animated emotes. Let's see how it looks. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Please be silly. Please be silly. Yes, it looks so good. It looks so good. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so excited. I am so excited. I really thought it was going to look bad when it went tiny, but it actually looks so good. Wait. Will this VOD go on the VOD channel? Yeah, it will. No rigging again? Blasphemy. Sorry, we gotta... Holy shit, you guys really want a first on a gallery night. Give it to us. Guys, if you refresh your page, it should be there. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. This is amazing. This is the best day of my life. It's so beautiful. It's glorious. Everyone, we can dance now. This is the best thing ever. It looks so good in chat. It does. Curse spinning in the washing machine. Break it down. Literally me doing art tutorials. Okay, I gotta save this so if I ever want to make edits, I can. Because this looks really good. Now, though, what I want to do... Okay, wait. After this poll, I have another poll. Because I gotta ask, do we want to do the leak critter tonight? Or do we want to do the Forest Among Us ass shake emote? No, why don't I have it? Tian, if you refresh the page, it should be there. I love this community so much. Me too. What's the Fursona gallery night? It's gonna be a big submission night where I let people submit their Fursonas, and maybe I'll have either Nick or Lemmy or both on as guests, and we go over your Fursonas, and just point out things that we like. Basically, like a Fursona showcase. The what now? Do you know the Among Us butt shake emote? Why is it Twitch letting me use it? Hello, I refreshed. Wait, Flamir! Please refresh again. You might even be able to copy it from someone else's text. Shake it now. Alright, so first on a gallery is what won, so that's good to know. But the next poll I have for you, rest of stream? Question mark? Alright. I'm gonna start the poll. So this will determine what we do for the rest of the night. Oh wait, did the poll work? Home. Do I need to refresh? Girl, it hates me. I'm so sorry, Flamir. Please tell me the poll. Okay, I went through. Get out of here. Rewards on channel. Okay, good. It went through. Oh, Clownhead TV, I'm sorry. Poll isn't here for me. I think if you refresh, it should come up. I think I just did a poll too quickly. Sorry to keep making you guys refresh the page. I don't see the poll. No, I can see it. The meme maker song is so nostalgic, I'm gonna cry. I can always remake the poll again, too. Oh, it's up? Okay, people are voting. People are able to vote now. Bust it down, Critter. Anyway, I'm gonna head to bed. Thank you for stopping in, Drizzlenya. Is that Critter leak spin? Yes. This is... So, we can do this, or we can do... Forest doing shake it. Everyone wants to see my boyfriend bust it down. He's gonna be so happy if he wakes up to this too, because he was asking if he could have an emote on the channel, and I was like, sure, what do you want? And then he shows me the fucking Among Us ass shake, and I'm like, okay, I love you and I'll do anything you want forever. It would be so funny. I also need to head to bed. Thanks for stream. No worries, Fish and Chippy, and thank you for stopping by. Who up busting it down? We got Breakdance and Bust It Down. It's the dance stream now. It'd be so awesome. It would be so cool. I think it's gonna be funny. Alright, hold on. I gotta get the Among Us ass shake as reference. I need to research this. Throw it back, Forest. Throw it back, Forest, and break it down, Willow. Oh my god, why is it not... No! Why is it not moving? I need you to move. No! Please, where's... Oh, there we go. Now we have one. I'm literally gonna pull it up on stream so I can just keep looking back and forth to it. Break it down, Brilla! Oh wait, are we doing another on stream tonight? Yes, it's gonna be a bit of a longer stream tonight. I know it's already 10:26, but like I think I have it in me. And honestly, if I only get the sketch done, that's still pretty good. Like even if it's just the sketch. Also, I'm gonna replace the creature feature. Hold on. Hold on. Hopefully it works! It works. It works. I'm so excited. Thank God. Here we go. What did you do to 1-leaf island, 2-leaf island, and 3-leaf island? I eated it. Sorry. Wait, I have a perfect... I have a perfect emote to use for this. Sorry, I eated them. Fair, you got hungry. Alright. We gotta do a new canvas. It's time for a new era. I'm gonna cry, this is so funny! I'm just glad we have dancing emotes now. There's too many times we play good music on this stream to not have a dance emote. Here's some food? Oh my god, I would cry for nigiri right now. I would cry and scream and throw up. I'm like hungry, and I'm hungry specifically for like fish. Alright. Do we want him shaking ass towards the chat? I'm literally gonna draw it as a circle. That might be the easiest way to track it. It doesn't even look like that many frames. Yes, okay. Welcome in, a broken demo disc. The other thing is he's got like a tail, so I think that makes this even funnier. Style Savvy, is that the song? Hold on, I can like... The tail... No, for Game Rex? Oh, okay. I've heard of Style Savvy before. Maybe this is silly and sentimental, but I'm glad to be here with you all. Sometimes it's crazy to think, wow, we're here together because Critter is epic and cool. We get to be community because of that. Thank you, Critter, for bringing everyone together, and thank you, Minnows, for making this such a fun place to be. I hope this doesn't sound too parasocial to say, but you guys are buddies to me. No, I don't think so at all. Here's the thing. I care about everyone in chat, and I might not know you personally, but in this space, we're all coming together to make something cool and make a place we can hang out. And I don't think that that's a boundary crossed. I think I get worried when people think that, like, they know me because of streams. You know what I put forward, and you know, like, the space I create. But appreciating that and saying that you feel comfortable here, that makes me happy, because that makes me know that I'm doing what I want to do. Does that make sense? And that's sweet, too. Don't apologize for that. This is so funny already, I'm sorry! Why are you shaped like Winnie the Pooh stuck in the tree? Alright, my medication alarm's going off. I get it, I'll take my anti-gut death meds. I need to make the butt bigger. Googly moogly! He is Winnie the Pooh shaped, he really is. I love Winnie the Pooh. Do we have him like is he twerking? He's twerking. Sorry for any chat spam. Wait, no worries. I need to make the butt bigger. He's not caked up. He's apple crisped. He's probably asleep. He's not even seeing all this. You guys are being hilarious. I'm gonna have to make this man watch the VOD tomorrow, at least for this part specifically. Oh, it's the Splatoon music again. Web fishing lobby? Yeah. Yeah, people made a web fishing lobby for while we're streaming. Damn, this is insane. It should be illegal. Should make his eyes get squished like the Mogus Pfizer. Can I even, like, make this move realistically? I want web fishing so bad. Oh, it's really good. Okay, web fishing is like if they took the Animal Crossing fishing minigame and they made it a VR chat lobby. And there's a lot of other like little things you can do in it. Guys, it's so fucking good. It was made for a game jam and then cleaned up, and it's only $5. There's so much to do in it. The game looks beautiful. It plays beautifully. I really want to. I encourage everyone to support the dev because I want them to make updates to it. You can also customize your little beast and like make them like look like you. There's clothes you can buy, but there's no in-game purchases. It's all like by how much you play, which I really like. Like, they did not make like fucking loot box ass shit. It's so fun. My best friend recently bought it and I've been obsessed. It's great. It's a great little social game, is absolutely true. Alright, I need to see my layers. I'm sorry, I can't take anything you say seriously as you're drawing this. Be nice to me. I'm drawing something that will make my boyfriend happy. And that is the purest form of love you could have. Even if it's Among Us ass shake gif of my boyfriend. Did I come back to Tanuki butt? Yes, because Forrest requested this specifically. He said if I had a dance emote, he wanted one too. It's so fucking orbular. This is actually this is like a perfect song for this. Oh no, my hands are shaking. I think it's been too long since I've eaten something. There's 16k users logged into web phishing right now. Holy shit! Because we were calculating how many people, like how much the dev had to have made if there were just 9,000 players. But that means it's even more than we originally thought. I'm like, I could get a snack. Wait, is this the You Failed to Podium music for Mario Kart? I think it is. Could you explain what web phishing is again? I got ads. Yeah, in summary, it's like if you turned the Animal Crossing fishing minigame into a full game and made it a VR chat lobby. It's really cute. There's a lot to do in it. It's a great way to just hang out with people and chat. Will you guys be good if I grab something to eat really quick? Forrest got me a cake as a gift today, so I could go get that and eat real quick and then get back to stream. You be good? Okay, I'm gonna do BRB screen, but I will genuinely BRB because I can eat pretty quickly. Web fishing is such a good relaxing game. I'm on a lobby right now. Oh, nice. All right, hold on. I'm going to BRB. It is a longer stream, so it's understandable I need a eat break. I'll be right back. I am back. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I know this is probably faster than most people think, but like I said, I can eat pretty quickly, and the tiramisu is tiny. I hope you guys don't mind if I munch wasabi peas, because they got a decent amount of protein in them, so they'll also help. The cake was to get my blood sugar back up, and the wasabi peas are to actually give me protein so I don't crash again. Wasabi peas, yummy. They're really good. Hi, welcome in, Triapello. I'm sorry you're coming back to the Tanuki butt shake emote, but my boyfriend wanted an emote of his own for chat, and specifically requested this. I can inhale a small snack, you're good? Yeah, you get me then, you get me. Actually, I was gonna say, I hope everyone did get up to take a chance to like stretch and get water too. And you know what, on that topic, I should drink water. Oh lord. The Among Us ref. The Among Us ref. Alright, so I think we gotta have one where it goes like this. A full eclipse of the moon, if you will. Posture check, thank you. Although I think it's actually gotta go down. Oh my gosh, hi, welcome. Wait, do we get more than that? This is my first stream. Oh, welcome in, Triapello. Thank you for stopping in. Will please save? Oh my god, sorry. I'll save. Ah! I literally cannot spell. He's so rotund. What did I walk into? My boyfriend asking me to do an Among Us ass shake emote of his Sona. So that he has something to use in streams. Specifically requested this one. Hello, I love your comic. Your art style is delightful. Thank you, Dreaming of Holly Trees. Thank you. I gotta like move the nose. It's very funny watching you draw Among Us ass. I serve my country, I serve my people, and most of all I serve my boyfriend who asked specifically for Among Us ass shake of his fursona. This is gonna be fucking amazing when it's done. God, okay. Hold on. Does your boyfriend also have a Twitch? He does. He doesn't stream as much anymore, but his Twitch is Shovelbug. And if you want to follow him anywhere, he is either Shovelbug or King Shovelbug on like any platform you can find him on. He's very shy, but he's a sweetie pie, and and everyone should follow him because he's always looking for new friends. Everyone here can vouch. Forrest is a sweetie. Good Lord Orb, go white boy, go! Can't handle the crewmate in the corner going crazy. I used to stalk his Hollow Knight streams. Yeah! He played Hollow Knight, he did a Fire Red Nuzlocke, let's see. He did a few other games. I think he streamed Dredge. He's shy and better at art than he lets on. This is also very true. Also, thank you for the critter pet. I love the critter pet emote so much. Forrest is the most sweetie and nicey guy. I like his Fire Red Nuzlocke. It was a lot of fun. Listen, if y'all tell him this, I want him to come back. I want him to stream with me. I can get him on as a guest feature for little things when he's not shy. Critter pet. He keeps trying to get that to be a redeem to work. The Streamlabs ain't having it for some reason. Or not Streamlabs, whatever it is we use for the emotes. My word. Oh, it doesn't go down low enough. It doesn't go down low enough. It needs an impact frame. No, it's not enough. It's not enough. It needs an impact frame. He needs to finish the Nuzlocke. I think understandably, with how our life changed so suddenly, he was saying that he didn't want to do anything that stressful on a live stream anymore. And nothing related to death. Which, you know, I get that. It needs an impact frame. He also did his own... Yeah, he also did Night in the Woods, you're correct. Awesome. This is so beautiful. This is like fine art to me. I love Night in the Woods. You're gonna like our Halloween stream. How's that spelled? Like shovel glove? Oh, wait. Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to munch quietly. Like that. Gotta get better at spatial stuff. It's so crazy how you're just whipping this out without a million redos for shape changes. It's because I use very simple shapes. The secret to getting better at spatial stuff is genuinely just do simple, messy shapes, and they will be your friend. I have to make sure this isn't too many frames so that I don't run out of like frames to use, but also so that it doesn't get impossible to color. But it is just ass. Okay, wait, that's gotta squish more. I'm doing my homework. If I chat, yell at me. Salute the supered. Everyone get this guy. If we see them back, they got homework to do. Oh, huh. Now I'm following 2 critters named Forest. That's kind of crazy. Oh, wait. The foot moves. Hold on. I can't be there. Okay, it moves still. It's like there. Good lord. What does lurk mean? It's basically a way of letting me know that you're sitting here and like enjoying stream, but just don't have like the spoons to chat, or like you're doing something that's keeping you busy. A lot of times people use it when they're like co-working, like if they're doing something that's demanding their attention, but also are still watching stream. And sometimes people are just shy and they don't want to chat, and that's perfectly okay too. This may be the final frame. We may be free. You ever have spoons but no forks to give? That's pretty funny. I would never just stare at the screen with glazed eyes over mouth. I love it. It's so fun. I love your critter, by the way. Very pretty kitty. I love the painter's tail. Thank you. I like my critter too. Alright. Hold on. I do kind of want the ears to like flap for this frame just because I think it's funny. Now, is this the last frame? Is this the full masterpiece? Because if so, Jesus, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 is manageable. If it was any more, it might be a lot. My god, the motion on this is beautiful. It's so... Why is it so slow? It needs to be faster. It needs to go faster for the frantic energy. I mean, it's really well animated. This is actually one of the better things I've animated. Why is my boyfriend doing a fucking Among Us ass shake emote the better thing that I animated tonight? Not the breakdancing gif. It has such a sway to it. Hold on, go faster. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Now that is an Among Us ass shake gif. He's your muse? This is true, actually. Why is it so smooth? Because I'm good at animating, but I didn't know I was this good. This is actually fucking hilarious. I'm so excited for this to be. When you shake your Among Us so hard you eclipse your entire face. Oh my god, that's amazing. This is so well made. Thank you. Emoted by love and ass. This is true. What in the world? Welcome in, Mutant Tech Pig. Alright. The break it down gif. I'm so excited to be able to post these together. Reminds me of that one horse from Adventure Time in the one episode. That is high praise. The James Baxter horse? Really? You promise you mean it? Alright. Now we gotta get... Alright, hold on. We can close this because we don't need this. We just need to get the colors for the emotes. Okay, so that's the emotes. That's the leak spin. We don't need to save that. Oh, there's a breakdance. I wanted them to be like similar-ish colors. I think that Var's characters are like darker than mine, so I need to make the line art a bit darker to match, but it'd still be like a warm brown tone. Holy crap, it's so smooth! Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna make it bigger line art too. I'm just excited for him to be able to see this when he wakes up. I think he's going to be quite happy. This is giving me so much reason to get a job or comms so I can subscribe. I need to get my hands on this. Join the Minnow Nation. Honestly, that would be a really fun scenic piece to do, is like my fursona at the tide pool with like the minnows and stuff. Because I love tide pools. I love drawing like sea scenes. And I think it'd be a fun way to practice water too. Surprising my boyfriend with an ass shake emote of him. He asked for it. I would do anything for this man. If he said jump, I will jump. If he said dance, I will dance. I will be the little circus jester. Oh, Toasty Chai, thank you. Aww. Love this song. I can't remember where it's from. Here, let me help then. It is Yoshi's Fruit. Wait, that's not true. This is a Pokemon song. I think that this is mislabeled. Alright, hold on. We're gonna find it because I want to get it for you. It's a Pokemon song for sure, though. I know it. I think this is Espertia City Black and White 2. And if it's not that... No, it's not. It's Dewford City from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I got you. Because I was gonna say, this uses the instruments from the 3DS era, and it's not, like, it's not crunched enough. Sorry, I will help forever. Even if the playlist is wrong, I will find it for you. Meowdy, I'm back. Welcome back, Gummy. Look at this. Hold on. Let me get a real line art layer. Watch. Look at this. It is from Oras, yes. I've made peak. The sudden upwards flick at the end of the animation is so funny to me. This is literally so funny, it's even better that it's so perfectly smooth. Hi, I'm new. Do you have a regular schedule? I do. And also welcome in, Bringer of Chaos. I stream... Pardon me, I had a snack in my mouth. I stream Monday through Friday from 7 p.m. Eastern, and my ending time is a little all over the place. I usually stream for 3 hours. Lately, I've had a lot of stamina, I think because I like had a really lazy weekend. But usually it's about 3 hours. Clearly, we're over that mark tonight, and we probably will because I want to finish this animation because I think it's funny. And seriously, welcome in, and congratulations on your first 4-leaf stream. We've had a lot of first-time chatters tonight. It's been awesome. Twitch Algo likes me. Executive dysfunction is going fucking crazy right now. I'm doing everything, but what I have to do, or like task jumping, I understand. I've had those moments myself. you read of any of the Redwall books? I haven't, but people keep asking me that, so I'm assuming that something in my art makes people think that. Didn't know any better. I'd say this is level 87 gat, as the kids say. Sorlin beef. Sorlin beef, I know this is kind of goofy. Do you want to be called anything other than Sorlin beef? You've been in chat for so long, and you're in Lemmy and Ra's chat. I only know you as Sorlin beef, and that's okay. But do you have a name you would prefer to be called? Like Koda's Koda's Koda. We just call Gummy Shark Gummy. I feel bad just calling you beef, but I could do that if you so desire. No, beef. Assign beef at chat. I smell like beef. I smell like beef. Sorlin beef has just become a name to me. This is true, actually. That is what online usernames will have you doing. No, this is definitely a level 100. God. Yeah. I kind of want to do his little curl, though. It's important. His Superman curl is part of his charm. Oh, wait. Or we could give him his hat. Hold on, I want to give him his hat. I've been drawing him with his leaf hat more. I've been testing the name Jade and she/her pronouns off the internet, but I'm not at the point from wanting to change my username. You don't have to change it. I can remember Jade. That's a gorgeous name. Genuinely, like, sometimes I've wanted to, like, name a character that. Eric gives the same comfy vibes as Redwall, which is why. Oh, thank you. Jamming to Legend of Zelda music. Guys, you're gonna have more dance emotes soon. I will provide for this tide pool. I will provide for this family. Thanks, I stole it from Miss Harley herself because it sounds good. Real. Real meets real. I love fucking... I don't like Homestuck. Here's the thing. I read all of Homestuck. I don't know if I would say I like Homestuck, but I do love Jade Harley. You could never get me to hate Jade Harley in a million years. And no, I'm not fucking reading the Homestuck sequel. You can't get me to do it. I also love Nepeta. If that wasn't obvious. I feel like that one's obvious. That one's expected at this point, I feel like. I feel like if you didn't know I like Nepeta, do you know me very well? Nepeta? Another streamer, Dual Sprout, called me Bat instead of my username. And it's like long slumbering neurons simply connected with the name. Doodle Sprout's actually someone that's rated us a few times. Doodle is genuinely such a sweetie. I need to like watch more of Doodle's streams. I cosplayed Nepeta once. They will never make me hate you, quirky cat girl. In this house and home, we stand quirky autistic cat girl. Have you played Hive Swap or Friend Sim? No, I will not. I mean, I've seen some. My friend really likes Hive Swap, so I do know of it. But I have no desire to. It's like my Homestuck years are past. I'm okay. I don't need it anymore. It was there for me when I needed it, but I'm okay now. To stream more, it was fun. Yeah. Posture check, thank you. Ugh, I need to get my chair readjusted because like I wasn't able to put my feet under the desk, so I was like side slouching, which is not good for your back. I actually did back stretches today, guys. That was good. I was good to myself. I got work done. It was a pretty nice day. I think maybe that's why I have more stamina too, so I'll have to like remember this for tomorrow. Taking care of yourself means you can actually get stuff done. I'm so excited for tomorrow's stream too because we're gonna actually have time to like travel around in the Nuzlocke. Like there's so many routes and stuff to go through. We're gonna be... I don't think we're gonna fight Chuck tomorrow. I think we're just gonna uncover all of the routes and like get everyone nice and trained up into level cap. You think you'll try to finish this emoji, or do you plan on stopping soon? I think I'm gonna try and finish it, but Lemmy, if you're tired, please do not feel bad and like go to bed. You streamed today, you got work done. Like, I'm super proud of you for getting all the done that you did. Should we regularly have web fishing lobbies? I'm voting yes. We need to get everyone the game. Also, Woe Times, hi! Whoa, first time chat and sub, welcome in! What song is this? Let me grab it. Oh, okay, so if we listen to Oros... It's not that. Shoot, I don't know. I actually don't know because this one's not labeled. Applying for 4-leaf research grant to play web fishing. It's Deadly Premonition. Thank you. Lexicog based as hell. I want to play, but my computers suck. I will say Forrest can play on his fucking Surface Book Pro, as long as it's plugged in. Web fishing is like a thumb drive game. Like, it is so easy on the computer. It's just because I hate this song. No, I'm so sorry. Thanks for being so cool about my name pick, by the way, guys. I hope someday I can be Jade to people IRL without worry soon enough. Jade, genuinely, when I first picked my name, the first spaces that I used my name were online, like, chat groups. And then the first time in real life was a trans, like, kind of like talk group where, like, you could come and talk about, like, being trans and, like, find acceptance among other people. But that first time of being in public and using it was when I was in my 20s. So, like, that's what this space is for. That's also why I asked. You're, like, here all the time, so I feel like we should know you by name. Even if that name was something like Beef, that is okay. But Jade's lovely. And if it makes you feel any better, it's completely okay to borrow a name from Miss Harley herself, because my original name, Will, was from Mr. Will Graham of Hannibal descent. Old. Wait, guys, what's web fishing? Gummy, it is a game that is like, if you took the mini game part of Animal Crossing, the fishing mini game, and you made it like a chat lobby. And there's a lot of cute little stuff that you could do in it. It's very fun. And it's great to have while you're doing stuff in the background or chatting in the background. Me and the fellas play it. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm doing, since I'm just kind of... Oh, wait, I missed the message. So I'm just kind of not in the environment where I could come out in these current years. I completely understand. It's so silly and fun. You can customize your character, draw in town square, etc. Yeah. And instead of like it being Animal Crossing where you play as a person, you play as little creatures. Oh, Jplay, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hello. I just realized I was gifted a sub. Yeah. I think Toasty Chai gifted that to you. I might be mistaking it. But yeah, it's because you said you wanted to use the dance emote, and I think someone gifted it to you so you could use it. But also, welcome in! Welcome in, Raiders! How was your stream? Meowdy meowdy. I know this looks really goofy right now, but we're doing an Among Us ass shake emote because I made a dancing emote of myself earlier on stream, and I didn't want my boyfriend to feel left out, so I'm making him one. Be awesome if they added a 2-scale anatomical human in web fishing. That'd be scary! Toasty Chai, more like Toasty Chad. Exactly, now we can all dance together. I genuinely wish that I could make some animated emotes for everybody to use, because I know that you can't have animated on BTTV. Unless I'm mistaken, and you can make those free. Because if you can, I'm putting Forest Tanuki one on there so everyone can use it. Or you know what? Maybe I'll put the leak on there and I'll make Forest Tanuki part of the sub, just because it is like a really smooth animation. You can? Well, that's good to know. Then I can keep using BTTV to retire emotes too. Because I could put the Wriggler in there. Like the little wriggling creature, the blue one. I feel like that one's so dated, but people still use it, so I could move that one to BTTV. Chat is being shredded. Oh my god, I'm powering through. I'm so close. If I could get the line art done, it's doable. Because the colors really are not that hard for this character. You're so powerful, Critter. Thank you. Guys, I downloaded this game it's so cute. Oh my god, Gummy, you're gonna love it. You will love it, it's so much fun. I love you, Wriggler. Well, because then everyone could have Wriggler. Oh my god, this is such a good time to enter stream. Among Us Forest. It's beautiful. He specifically requested this from me. He said, if you have a dance emote, can I have one too? And I was like, sure, what do you want? And he shows me Among Us ass on his phone. I didn't realize it came out, like, today. Yeah, oh, the new Sonic game. Sorry, I was gonna say, Web Fishing has been out for a little bit. But I don't know. I haven't played the new Sonic game. Oh, wait. Is that what our raiders were playing? Hold on, I want to make sure I didn't miss. Unless Jay Play raided and run. We were playing the new Sonic X Shadow Generations game. Wait, that's awesome. Are you enjoying it? It's raw. Awesome. That's what the raiders were playing. I missed the message go by, but I'm glad that I saw you say that because I could scroll up and see. God, why is it so smooth? The only thing I might need to do is have the feet in a like static place so that they stay in the same spot. But what that's like so easy to achieve because what I can do is literally just grab the legs. Yep, and then do one of these bad boys. Critter, have you seen the Germa twerk gif? No. That guy just does everything. I've seen the Germa Mexico shirt gif. That's one of my favorites. I've also seen the burger eating one. Germa doesn't twerk, he can only squirk? Do I want to know what squirking is? Realizing I could do anything now that Monster Mayhem isn't gripping every moment of my work schedule. You can! Germa's like, if an everything bagel was a guy. Don't be mean to him. I mean, I don't know if that's mean, because I like everything bagels. That poor dude's, like, been streaming for so long, and I feel like people treat him like a chew toy. Exploring a place is so much easier when the person you're exploring it with is streaming, so if you get lost, you can find them. And if they get lost, you could tell them where to find you, or the other way around. Oh, and like web fishing? Yeah. He's galloping in the twerk. Okay, the good thing is now I can just have the feet set in the same position in every frame. So that he's not, like, swimming around. I still can't believe he was retired, yeah. I mean, he still streams sometimes. He's just, like, retired from having, like, a regular schedule. Who retired? Germa. Germa retired from, like, regularly scheduled streaming. I think he just wanted to take a break and do something else. He says he's soft retired, yeah. And honestly, like, I'm happy for him. The dude seemed kind of tired from it all. Like, he was a great streamer, but I just think that after a certain point, you need to move on to something else. It's hard to think about, too, because I really love streaming right now, and I've only been at it for a while. I don't know, if I was getting numbers like him, I might feel the same way. Like, I think the bigger the crowd... I like more viewers, but I think there's a certain point where it would start to make me anxious and not be fun. I just don't know what that point is yet, because I haven't gotten there. And honestly, for him, I don't even think it was like a sad goodbye. I think it was like, he was just, you know, I've done all I wanted to do now. Again, though, I wasn't talking about web fishing. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I keep thinking it's web fishing. It was the new Sonic game. Or something else. If you could tell, I've been streaming for an hour over when I usually stop, so I'm a little sleepy. Yeah, he's doing some other cool things right now that he enjoys. He's the lead creative director of something for a project company. That's awesome. That's so cool. No, like, that makes me happy. That's all I really wanted for him. He's a funny guy, and I am excited to see what prospects he finds in his next career. Don't worry, no, I was talking about Yume and Tuki. Oh, that's something I've wanted to play for a while. I really wanted to play Yume Tuki for a while, because I love .flow. Like, I love the Dreamer series games. Is it normal for the join server button to not be working? Sometimes the app, or sometimes the game does not like buttons for whatever reason. You would just have to close it out and open up again. My final message, change the world, goodbye, see. Oh wait, I thought you were saying that Calyptromots. You played .flow? Oh, it's awesome. .flow is my favorite dreaming game. I love, I almost said love Marotsuki. I love Yume Nikki. They could never make me hate the OG, but I think .flow just has some sauce. I almost just swallowed a wasabi pea whole. That didn't feel good. Like a snake. Like, it just went down my throat. The wasabi's kind of burning my throat right now. My god, the rotundness of this guy's ass is making it impossible to draw. Betrayed by wasabi. What kind of cake did you have? Tiramisu, it's my favorite. If I had to do a cake ranking, tiramisu is my favorite. I think that... God, there's so many good cakes. Like a lava cake, like a chocolate lava cake is probably number 2. And then a lemon... No. What else? What else? Because there's like... I mean, I had like a coconut cream cake that was like really good, but I've only had it that good once. You said that sentence like the snake meme. Carrot cake. That's actually one of the cakes I don't like. I don't hate it though, it's just not my favorite. It's kind of like if I had the option of other cakes, I probably wouldn't choose carrot cake. I do also love cheesecake, but I feel like cheesecake is kind of like its own thing. Like, it is a cake, yes, but like when I'm thinking of my favorite cakes, cheesecake isn't there because I'm thinking like bread cakes. I mean, I guess lava cake is kind of not a bread cake. You not liking carrot cake is against your brand? It's just, I'd eat carrots all the time growing up because it was the only vegetable I ate. So now I don't really like anything with carrots. I don't even like just raw baby carrots anymore. I don't like cooked carrots. I think the only kind of carrot I ever had that I like really enjoyed was like a imitation bacon carrot, which is kind of weird sounding. It was like baked and spiced, but at that point it basically wasn't like really healthy for you anyway, so I didn't want to eat it anymore. It was also so much effort. Figured out the issue with the title screen. It was covering it. Oh, nice. I'm glad. I'm glad. It's a good game. I want you to be able to play it. But yeah, I was playing Yume Nikki on Goofcat's stream, guiding them around and exploring with them. YNO project turns the game basically into an MMO, and it's just fun to like talk there, to find a place, make friends, bring friends, and hang out. That sounds cool. I understand that though. Having too much of a food at some point in your life, you just never want to touch it again. I was like, and the thing is, because it was the only vegetable I had that I liked, I had to eat it. Like, it wasn't a choice. So like, that was, because here's the thing. There are some foods that I've eaten tons of times. Like, I've had the fucking mango creamsicle thing from Kung Fu Tea at least like 50 times in the last year and a half. And I still like that. But I think it was the fact that I had no option out of the carrots that was like, made me not like it as much. Cheesecake, my beloved. It has a bite. It's a cake that bites back, but only a little bit. I like a raspberry cheesecake. I love orange chicken, but I don't think I could touch it ever again. Aw. I'm so sorry. More for me. No, I understand, though. I'm guessing it was just something you were made to eat too much. Kung Fu Tea mentioned? I love Kung Fu Tea. They're like the only fucking bubble tea place around here, guys. I'm suffering. I'm dying. I'm like on my hands and knees screaming, throwing up. There is one ramen place and there is one bubble tea place in the entirety of this accursed city that we live in. Cheesecake gets 3 critters. Positive from me. Dancing critters. What do I type in the port? Sorry, I'm asking a lot of questions. I'm not good at navigating games. No worries. For the port, like, to get into the server, there's, like, a code that's it's pinned right now. It's, like, the web phishing lobby. Unless you mean something else, in which case I don't know. Toby Fox. Oh, Toby Fox is back on social media? Awesome. Thank God. Time to follow. I'm so glad he hopped over to Blue Sky. Put the code in, now I have it stuck loading. Alright, hold on 1 sec. 1 sec. Wait, stop. I should put the critter... I should put the critter ass shake emote. I'm coming back, I promise. It's the Eat Asshole song again. I know! We can't escape it! Okay. Muncha. Critter Breakdance emote has been posted. Have you not seen the Critter Breakdance? Oh, or you mean the Eat Asshole song. It's the Yoshi song that sounds like they're saying Eat Asshole over and over again. Oh my gosh, Toby Fox is on Blue Sky? Yeah. Oh my god, I will get the shape of you right so that we can have Tanuki ass shake. I will fight through tiredness. E-ah-oh. That's literally what it is. That's the song. It's just Yoshi going E-ah-oh over and over again. I'm powering through. I'm being so brave. I want some shrimp chimps. Flip canvas for circle. I could do that. I may even rotate it. That usually is what helps me. I just want it to be as smooth as the sketch because the sketch was so beautiful. Yeah, this was the move. Rotation win. Okay, we're so close. We're so close. There's literally 1 frame left after this. Freedom is on the horizon. Ah. I think I got wasabi in my eye. It's over for me. Or no, it's just an eyelash. Oh, thank God. Hehe. I thought I was gonna die. Okay. What? The last frame. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Whoa. I can't believe we got over 800 followers on the, or over 800 on the stream. That's crazy. Like 6,800. It's about drive, it's about power. This is my labor of love for my boyfriend. I will make the Among Us ass shake emote. Amogus. We stay hungry, we devour. Put in the twerk, put in the hours. Oh my god, did the playlist end? No! Right when we needed her most, she leaves us. I need you songs, empty songs to occupy your noggin. What will I do? Oh my god, I just got jump scared by Smith's old PNG tuber. I forgot that their PNG tuber looked like that. I was like, who is that? Who is that? It still looks good. It was just like, my friend. Oh my god, I actually think I got wasabi in my eye because I was itching it. I'll survive. It's okay. PlayStation Jungle Mix. Okay, this is what we need. This is the energy we need. You better deliver. Okay, yeah, this is good already. The eyelash just Trojan horsed wasabi into your eye. Literally living a tragedy right now, as we speak. Okay, okay, okay. We're so close, guys. This is the last frame. And then it's just colors, and then we're free. Oh, wait, his hat! His hat! His hat. I need to get his hat position. Literally, exactly. It's perfect for the critter breakdancing gif. My thoughts exactly. Dancing Critter with the song is making me so happy. Okay. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost there. Okay, okay, now I just have to hide the sketch layers. Get you back up to 100%. And we can finally see what it looks like. Get rid of sketch layers, hide the sketch layers. My word. My god. Now that is what his head even kind of moves. Oh my god, the ear? Why does that motion look so good? Again, why is this like the best thing that I've animated? It's so smooth! Good lord! Welcome in, Sappy Lemons! It's so beautiful, it's so smooth! James Baxter Askiff. You've grown stronger. It's all for the power of love. Alright, now it's time to color this motherfucker. I'm so excited. Hold on. I can't. Oh, it's beautiful. Secret ingredient was love. That's why it's better. I have to get Critter's little eye color for his hat. Sadly, I must be dipping now, but I'm glad I got to witness this. Thank you, Yakety Lilac. Make it faster? I can make a faster version. I think the way that it is now is pretty good. Ugh. Oh, I just did. Scary. I gotta do the hat. So it's like one step at a time, right? How good this is? Thank you. I do too. I'm just excited to surprise my boyfriend with something that he'll like tomorrow morning. I love that guy. He's my favorite guy. My silly animations are always, in comics, are like always his favorite. They always make him like smile. It's worth making them. I'm obsessed with this. It's just so good. It's peak. I think I've reached my artistic height. I don't think I'm ever gonna get over this. Why did you cook with gas? Love. The power of love. And love of Tanukis. I don't like that the send button is right next to the delete button. No! And gay, exactly. Alright, let's make sure the hat color stays very consistent. Oh my god, the hat's even kind of like bouncing a little bit. For a while, it's just like so beautiful. The power of T for T gay love, actually genuinely real. Gonna sleep now? Good night, Dylan. Thank you for stopping in. I do realize it is pretty late for how I usually go, so if anyone needs to step out, I fully understand. Oh, to love, oh, to be loved. Someday I have faith that everybody will. If that's something you want. And if it's something you want platonically, I'm sure you'll find that too. It's because you put the beauty you see of him into art. The beauty of ass. Not the eating emote! Not the eating emote! Magnum opus. No! Thank you for the comment. I will stare at it for 20 bajillion years. Thank you for stopping in, Ratrave, truly. I'm glad you got to see it get made. Bring that Yoshi's back, that Yoshi song! I gotta make sure I'm doing the right colors for his mask and everything, so it's easy, so I don't have to go back and like edit this. Editing a 6-frame animation sounds painful. I think there's a lighter color that I use for the arms, honestly. Okay. Actually, maybe it was like this red that I used. Maybe that's right. No, I think that there's another layer of brown. Not me having to get my own boyfriend's first on a ref. This is embarrassing. I drew that thing. Hold on. Let me go get it. I want to make sure I'm drawing him right so I don't have to edit this later because that'd be sad. Okay, I wonder if Mars got featured on the front page of Toy House or something, because suddenly they blew up and there's like a ton of people favoriting them. I'm not complaining, I just think it's funny. Alright. Using the little doodle that Nick... Okay, okay. Hold on. We're gonna... There it is. Oh my god, I forgot the little tail accessory. No! Wrong layer. I checked out Toy House and Mars is front and center. Really? Oh my god. I'm shy. Okay, so what it is I think that his body color is just lighter. Mars definitely showed up on my front page. Damn, alright. Because there's like so many people that are following me. They're like, oh my god, I saw Mars on Pinterest once with no credit. I didn't know you were, I didn't know the artist. I'm like, how do you not know the artist of the main character of my webcomic? Okay, alright. So we gotta lighten this up. That's the first and foremost thing I'm seeing. I don't know if I'm gonna do the tail accessory just because I think it'll just be another thing to animate, and I already kind of like where we went with the animation here. And this gives us like another layer of brown. I think it needs to be a little bit darker. Yep. He's swanging so hard he launched the tail accessory. It's okay. It makes it funnier, honestly. Honestly, that's why I started posting my own art to Pinterest, because I was like, if y'all are gonna repost it with no credit, I'm just gonna post it myself. God damn. What program are you using for animation? I'm using Clip Studio Paint right now. And I use the less expensive version, so I only get 1 second of animation, but 1 second's all I need for this. This is really beautiful. I think this is probably the best thing I've ever animated. I think I'm going to change the color of the leaf, though, to make it a little more desaturated, because it's kind of crazy saturated right now. Oh, that's so much better. I don't know why I didn't do that at first. Okay, there we go. You tried Toon Squid? I really like it. This, you're gonna laugh. This is the first animation program I have ever used, so I like this one because it's the one that I know. But I'm not opposed to trying new things, just probably not on stream, because that is a lot to learn. I'm really intimidated by animation programs because I get scared of a lot of buttons, whereas I like this because it's very, very straightforward. It's pretty simple. It's just draw a thing and then you get it on the frame. Magnum opus, perhaps. Absolutely. Oh, it's different. It's like this. Okay, there we go. I come back to this. Nick, do you want to watch it? Look at it. Feast your eyes on my masterpiece. And ignore that's flashing. It's so smooth! I know, wait. Let me get rid of the flashing frame. Look at this. Look at my masterpiece. This is what I do this is the power of love. And goofiness. This is the gay agenda! Okay, and now I can do his little socks. Very important, part of his charm. One of his charm points. I want to join Toy House, but having trouble finding an unused invite code. Hey, everyone in the chat, I know someone definitely has an invite code. Get this guy a Toy House code. Code, I swear, if you say this again on another stream, and no one has one right now too, though, there has been people offering Toy House codes on streams prior. We will get you a Toy House code, my friend. How do I find a Toy House code? So what happens is members who pay for Toy House, I don't know exactly what the Toy House membership is called, get given like a certain amount of free invite codes every month. And because they get so many, like they have to give them away. Willow your hands, use fill tool. Okay. Chestnut twerking with the smoothness of Ghibli water physics. Okay, wait, so... Yep, okay. What's Toy House? So basically it is a original character sorting website. So if you have a bunch of OCs, which is like shortened form of original character... My cat's trying to get in. You can sort them on that website and make folders where characters from similar stories or similar worlds are all together. It's really nice. And you can also put artwork other people have made of your character. Hold on, my cat is trying to get in. Harbor. I'm sorry I'm not in bed. Harbor. Honey. I'm doing a gift for Papa. And he runs away because he won't let me get him. Oh well, that's none of my business. Your art looks tasty. Thank you, Jojo Sefer. Wait. Not to have this be my introductory thing, but since you are a first-time chatter, please witness this animation that we have created on this beautiful day. Requested by my boyfriend who wanted me to make him a dance gif of his persona. That is all. Thank you for bearing witness. Just want to say your voice is so nice sounding, it gives me gender envy. Thank you, I grew it myself. Oh great heavens. This is the smoothest thing you've ever made. It literally is. It's the smoothest animation I've ever made, and I don't know why. I'm not complaining, I think it's funny as hell. Funniest goddamn thing to be my smoothest animation. Alright, hold on. I am gonna, like... Actually, honestly, what if I just, like... Let's play a game. So I just have to delete... all this. It's basically in the same spot. Oh wow, that was so much faster. I don't know why I was, like, dying trying to recolor everything. Silly goofy moments. Because, like, literally all in the same locations, too. I think that his, like... It, like, goes up just ever so slightly, but that's so easy to edit. Oh no, why am I coloring on the line art layer? What's wrong with me? Okay, there we go. Thank you for everyone following, too. Awesome, I was on testosterone for 5 months. I'm hoping to go on it again a bit later. I wish you luck. I've been on and off hormones for, like, 6 years? Which is crazy thinking about that. But it has genuinely been one of the most, like, life-saving things I could have asked for. And on and off for, like by personal choice, too. Like, it's been... I'm, like, scared of, like, hair loss, so I go off for that reason. And to be honest, I've been okay so far. Okay. I have more invites if anyone else wants one. Boy Skylark has Toy House codes. Coda, and anyone else that wants a Toy House invite code. Speak now or forever hold your peace. And also, Boy Skylark, thank you so much. That's very sweet of you. Extends hand. I got the code already. Awesome, awesome. I wanted to make sure you were taken care of, my friend. I'll get on testosterone one of these days. You will. You will. Listen, trust me, I remember back when I was in high school and all of my friends who were trans were already transitioning and I was like in the closet in a homophobic and transphobic household. It feels impossible when you're not in an environment where you can be yourself, but by the time you get there, it's worth waiting for. There's so many Homestucks in my chat. Also, I can delete the sketch now too, since the sketches are done, so I can get rid of some of these layers. My stomach's growling. What are you scared of? What do you see, lass? Alright, good. Oh, the only thing I do need to do is the, nose. The schnoz. Otherwise, it's perfect. I'm glad to have this frame where there's no head visible. It's just ass. Thank you, Slurpy Slush, for the follow. Also, Sedated Smiles, hi, welcome in. I hope you enjoy the stream. Account made, we win, boys. Welcome in, Coda. I'm so glad that you get to use it. Considering you have so many OCs, it will be well used by you, I feel like. Great, googly moogly the cheeks. Hold on, let me show you what we've been cooking tonight. My boyfriend asked for a dance emote for chat. And so I delivered. I think this may be the smoothest thing I've ever animated, and I don't know why or how, but I love it. I think it's genuinely peak. You sound so proud of yourself because it's good as fuck. It's so good. This is genuinely the best thing I've ever animated, and it's a meme, and I don't care. I think it's better to animate a really good meme than to not animate anything good at all. I love hearing the joy in your voice. Listen, I know how to have fun and play toys. I know it's a little late, and I'm streaming way later than I usually do, but I have a boyfriend I want to make smile tomorrow morning, so I'm gonna finish this damn animation if it kills me. Actually, I don't want to die. Knock on wood. My big forehead with the topic is goodness gracious. This is art inspired by reality. That's all I'll say. And I've been watching for a few hours now. Oh, okay. Just a lurker. Well, still welcome in regardless, and thank you for staying all this time, even if that was your first time chat. Your fill tool? Ugh, I don't want a fill tool. I like coloring. I know, but Ra and Lemmy will kill me. All I can imagine is like in the fucking web fishing chat, everyone's like, it's doing it again! It's coloring by hand again! Size your brush up. No, I like coloring. I'll fill tool for the next frame. Although I think, no, there needs to be more of the tan showing on this side. You mean to tell me Farce possesses this level of Bear Grace IRL? I don't draw lies. I don't tell lies on the internet. I only speak truths. Amen. Almost took 5 hours. I know. The only stream that I think was longer than this was the whatchamacallit. The first Pokemon Nuzlocke stream was pretty long, because we went like pretty damn far. Just came back in. Oh my god, the thing is thangin'. Okay, wait. Inner Starler. I want to finish the colors so that we can play the GIF in full. I'm very proud of this. Oh, I should drink water. I'm gonna drink some. Hand on the Bible. The Bathhouse streamer definitely felt long. That is true. God. I know I already said thank you guys for sticking with me through that one, but that was genuinely that was the pits. That was not a good stream. But I'm glad everyone stayed. Or the people that did stay stayed. It was, because I was pretty bummed out after that. Okay, fine. Hydrate, you are the plate. It's thirsty. Bathhouse was so fun until that stupid-ass joke. I know! But what I'll say is I've been looking out for more games that were similar of, like, jokes and, like, atmosphere. That's why I've been looking for, like, the Puppet Combo games, because they have very similar style to them. Bathhouse stream? Feel not to clarify, but I wasn't there. We played a game called The Bathhouse, and it was really fun, right up until there was a really transmisogynistic joke in it, and I just kind of, like, the whole rest of the stream, my energy was so down. Like, everyone was kind of, like, bummed out. I quit the game and stopped playing after a certain amount of time because I was struggling with a puzzle, and I was like, why am I even still playing this? It was a bummer. It was really sad because we played other games by that div too that I really liked, and it just wasn't worth it to support someone that's transphobic. Especially because I had no idea it was in there. Transmisogyny into awful puzzle. It was like they wanted me to quit playing the game right there. I used to have an app that would remind me to drink water, but I deleted it because my plant was sad every day and it made me feel sad. Oh no. Alright. We're so close. Some Puppet Combo games are so tactless with their subject matter, but not as bad as outright bigotry. The thing is, I'm not super aware of all Puppet Combo games. So I'll have to be careful with which one. Actually, if you are a fan of Puppet Combo games, which ones do you like? Which ones would you recommend for stream? Because I feel like I'm looking for more scary games to play for streams in the future. And, you know, obviously ones that I would like to avoid as well. But which are some that you like? If you've heard of The Operator, it's a really cool game. Reminds me of Observation Duty style games. I don't think I have. What scary game are we playing this Friday, if I may ask? We are playing 3 scary games, actually. We're playing Haneko's Late Homework, Rental, and Harvest Festival. And if we finish all those games quickly, which we probably will because they're all, like, I want to say, like, 20-minute games, we might just play web fishing afterwards. I really wanted to do, like, a scary Animal Crossing style horror game stream, but I couldn't find enough to do for, like, that long. And I do plan on playing RPG Maker horror games. I love RPG Maker horror games. There's a really fucked up looking game called it's called Zoocosis. I know what you're talking about because Manly played it and I watched him play it. It was pretty interesting. I think it could be too graphic for stream just because there is nudity and, like, not so censored gore in it. And also not the vibe of horror game that I want to be playing. But I do think it's a dope game. I don't want to knock it. Deadplate, Hylix. Oh wait, I know there's a new indie game about an angel game show. It seems cool, but I don't know if it's out yet. Huh. That said, though, thank you for the Zoocosis suggestion. I do actually want to play it myself, just off stream. Security Booth, trust me. Oh, hey, I actually know that one. I do know Security Booth. I might add that to Friday night stream in case we run out, like, we run through our games too quickly. But thank you for the suggestion, Mav. I do actually know that one. I'll look for the name on Tumblr? Sure. What else? There's also the game that Forrest played that one year where you were like a radio show host. Killer Frequency. I would love to play Killer Frequency for a stream, quite honestly. I think it's just such a good game. Honestly, that could be what we play. Actually, wait, next week is Halloween. Holy shit, it's so close. I mean, honestly, I was working here since basically the beginning of stream, but I have to finish the art study I did, so I'm going to bed. Or I did finish it. Good luck with your boyfriend's twerking gift. Thank you, Fugo Steel. Thank you for stopping in. That game was so good in that stream. Well, I was gonna say, do you want me to play that, or would you rather I play the short, free horror games on Friday? We could do this as a poll. Hold on. This is a good poll, because I like Killer Frequency, too. I would totally play that for a stream. Alright, hold on. Also, to answer your question, Ethan, no, I'm probably not streaming next Friday. I'll stream this Friday, but not next Friday, because next Friday is going to be the day after that long-ass stream day. And I think I would maybe collapse and die if I tried to do that. Why are the mods redacting? I'm scared. Don't worry, it's not a bad redacted. It's a surprise redacted. It's exciting. Okay, cool. That filled all the way in. Found the Angel game show. It's called Be Not Afraid, aka Seraphim Horror Show. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. I really hope you play Home Safety Hotline. I actually plan to play the Christmas edition as part of my Christmas games, because I do want to play some scary horror Christmas games. Like, there's the Christmas Massacre by Puppet Combo. There's that one, like the Home Security Hotline Christmas edition. There's a few... Surprisingly, there's a few Christmas horror games. Actually, does anyone know any more Christmas horror games? Because I had those listed and something else on my notepad. I know there's like that one where your girlfriend's evil and like has sharp teeth and it's Christmas, but I don't know if I really want to play that because it seemed kind of overly complicated. This is my first time catching a stream. I just wanted to say I love your art and stream vibe. Very nice, very chill. Thank you, Fruit Bag, and welcome in. We like to keep it calm around here. I mean, sometimes we get silly, but never too crazy. Oh wait, did I color his tail? Oh, okay, I colored the tail in the last frame. Guys, we're so close. It's almost done. It's almost done. We almost have Tanuki ass shake for real. And I will get to make my boyfriend happy. So apologies if this is prodding, but are there any speakable updates about the Bonkers Wild court case? Let's see. Yes, we have an update from today from the lawyer that the things that were stolen will be returned this week. That's all I can say. So finally we're coming to an end, and that means the possibility of us getting restraining order, which would be nice. And for those of you that are coming in and like, whoa, restraining order, what? My boyfriend has a family member who is kind of scary, possibly dangerous, that we have been harassed by for like a while now. And it got to the point where we went to court because she stole stuff. And it's finally getting resolved, which is awesome. There was theft. A lot of it. Yes, I can't be too specific, but like thousands of dollars worth of it, to put it plainly. Also, it's all highlighted. Please check out Enigma of Fear. It's a Brazilian indie survival horror releasing soon. Sorry for repeating. Oh, no worries, Mav. I wanted to see your suggestion. Also, there's a dog you can pet. Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry that happened. I'm glad to hear it's almost over with. I never heard the theft part. It was bad. It was bad enough that our kid had to testify in court. And, like, we didn't want that to happen, but, like, because he was a witness, like, he had to. And actually, the judge was pissed off that it had got, not at us, but at her for letting it get this far and, like, causing us this much peril and pain. Well, that's one hell of a bombshell. Sounds like my mother, yeah. I won't give all of my sad backstory, but, like, I will say, those who know, and those who don't, the last year of my life has been insane. I became a parent to my brother-in-law, which is, like, kind of weird. My boyfriend's little brother, who's younger than him, we became his guardians because of, like, multiple family losses. And then the harassment stuff started, so it was all at once. Just, we got hit by wave after wave of crazy stuff. I love our kid, though. He's awesome. Makes me mad that he won't play retro Pokemon games, but he's a great kid. And he needs to work on his math homework because his math grades are not good. But I can't even fault him. My math grades weren't good when I was his age, so. Your future brother-in-law. Future. Planned. It's easier to call him brother-in-law than, like, my boyfriend's little brother and child. What is this song? I'm not enjoying this melody. Who doesn't need to work on their math homework? Anyway, right, I gotta call it a night. I hope your dreams are sweet. Thank you, Dreaming of Holly Trees. I love the kid. He wants to learn gym stuff from me. He's actually listening to you, Lemmy, too. He would not listen to Fars for the longest time about workout stuff. I don't know why he listens to you, but I'm happy because the poor dude, he has fucking scoliosis. He's got bad lungs. He needs to work out. It's banging to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to turn off the banger. It wasn't the vibe I was feeling tonight. Lemmy is trustworthy. And we think there's other reasons, but I won't. That's for my child to reveal to the world in their own time. I have gym rat aura. Lemmy has the soul of a gym nut. It can be sensed. This is true. Oh my god, he's almost done. I know, we're so close. The finish line is in sight. From one scoliosis person to another, yoga and regular stretches are your best friend. I know! I had scoliosis when I was younger too, and I did yoga classes like all the time, and it helped, and now I don't have scoliosis anymore. And he won't listen to me. If you could get him to do stretches, that's like that'll be the thing that saves his back. Love the name Lemmy for real, right? All my friends have the dopest names. You got it, boss. Thank you. Okay, okay. We're so close. We're literally so close. There's like 2 more things to color, and then he's done. Oh, I forgot the little neck, too. Like, the neck fluff. That's important. That's another one of his charm points. How could I forget it? I'll try to send stretches with my recommendations. Thank you. An angel in the shape of a frog. Oh, not Cluty. Thank you for the sub. Also, yes, scoliosis is a real problem. I had a 55 curve that I needed surgery for because my scoliosis was progressive and could not be stopped. I think for him, he's had to, like, go to physical therapy for it, but I know, like, it's not progressing anymore. It's like he needs to stretch because he gets, like, back pains. Okay, hold on. Oh, jumps up there. Okay, hold on. We're almost done. Oh my god, I think it's finally finished. I think it's done. Guys, it's fine. It's fucking finished! We're free! We're free! It's beautiful. It's the best thing I've ever animated. This is amazing. It's here. Hold on, let me export this fucking thing. Let me get this into your beautiful little fishy fins. Export animation. Make this guy huge. When you became a parent, did you obtain the power to make dad jokes, or is it a myth? I made dad jokes beforehand. Now I just have someone to hate them and groan at them when I make them, which feels good. That is the reward of parenthood. The hair curl is missing in some frames. Oh no. Oh my god, you're so right. You're so right. It's missing in the last frame. Hold on. We gotta fix this. That's one of his charm points. That's one of his charm points. My boyfriend, his little Clark Kent hair curl. I couldn't forget it. It's okay. It's okay. It looks perfect. It's like perfectly natural, as it was always there. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. It's perfect. It's perfectly fine. All right, let's play it again. Let's play it back again. Yep, it's good. It's good. Like I said, it's like it's always there. Okay, yep, animate GIF. Make it big again. We gotta get that big, we gotta get the nice resolution. We pulled it back. Is this Riz? Men in Black memory wipe, it was always there. Guys, I can't believe this, but we've almost filled up all of the animation slots. What do we want to name it? Because the... Oh my god, it looks beautiful. It literally looks so smooth in emote size. Okay, hold on. Shovel butt! Actually, I can just name it Bounce so it's easier to type. I can't wait. It's now called Bounce. Actually, I misspelled it. If you refresh your page, Forest. Don't apologize for peak. I think Bounce captures the energy we're going for. Hold on, I'm gonna leave this to play in the background so that we can see it going beautifully. It's stunning. It's so good. Thank God. We're free. It's so smooth. He's going to be so happy when he wakes up. You have no idea. He was acting like I'm so sorry, Fellow Friday. This is awesome. The way he peeks out from behind. He has to make sure he's throwing it back safely. This is fucking beautiful. My jaw literally dropped. They say romance is dead. Me when we bust it down together. The jiggle physics. God. This is beautiful. This is genuinely the best thing I've ever animated in my entire life. My stream is literally freezing because there's too many Forest Bounce emotes. It's hypnotizing. Oh my god. Hold on. We gotta bring this. We gotta bring this in here. We gotta move over. Hold on. I'm not drawing anymore. Hold on. Where's the Bounce? Where's the four-leaf Bounce? Oh, not image slideshow. Hold on. You can tell how tired I am. I'm like, by clicking wrong buttons. It's beautiful. No, that's the wrong one. Oh my god, it's fucking... Why is it so big? Why is it so big? Okay, guys. Wrap it up. Good stream, everyone. It's time to go to bed. It's... Oh my god. Thank you everyone for coming. His love is that big. This is the best emote making stream I think we've had so far. That was fucking beautiful. I don't even want to change the screen just because I love this so much. I hope the server is getting this. Of course. I would never leave you without. I would never leave you wanting. We end on bounce. Absolutely. Good night. Thank you for coming. And I will see you tomorrow for the Nuzlocke. My god. Good night, guys.